Chapter 214. Lin Tian looked in a direction based on his intuition and saw a familiar person standing there. It was Zhou Yang. No pop-up window. Zhou Yang stared at him with a gloomy face. Lin Tian glanced at Zhou Yang. He did not mind and continued walking forward. Bastard! Zhou Yang stared at Lin Tian's back. A sinister light flashed in his eyes and he retreated. The city was a bit dilapidated. Lin Tian walked in and was soon attacked by demonic beasts. Roar! The demonic beasts roared. Then powerful warriors rushed over and tried to kill Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced around and realized that the demonic beasts and martial artists were all very powerful. The weakest demonic beasts were level 5 demonic beasts, while the martial artists were comparable to the 5th sky of divine range experts. It was extremely frightening for them to rush over in a swarm. However, this was only for ordinary cultivators. For Lin Tian it was nothing. Bang! 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 He waved the meteorite fist and attacked several times, killing the demonic beasts and warriors one by one. Damn, who is that? 1 against 10? That seems to be the new disciple. He is really strong. Many people stared in that direction, their hearts trembling. Lin Tian walked towards the depths of the abandoned city. Not long after, an even stronger roar rang out. A demonic beast covered in black scales appeared. Its eyes were blood-red and demonic. Its powerful demonic chi swept up waves of gray astral winds. Level 8 demonic beast. Lin Tian was shocked. Without hesitation, he stepped back and dodged. A level 8 demonic beast was comparable to the 4th sky of the Sea of Consciousness. He was no match for it. After that, Lin Tian cultivated for 2 hours in the illusory forest. In 2 hours, he killed dozens of level 6 demonic beasts, not to mention level 5 demonic beasts. As for level 8 demonic beasts, he met several times. He even met a level 9 demonic beast once, which made his hair stand on end. Looks like I have to reach the Sea of Consciousness realm as soon as possible, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Half an hour later, Lin Tian walked out of the illusory forest and prepared to head to the other cultivation areas. However, right at that moment, 2 people appeared in front of him. One of them was Zhou Yang. Senior Lu, that's him. Zhou Yang pointed at Lin Tian and gritted his teeth. Beside Zhou Yang stood a young man in his 20s. His eyes were sharp. This, Lu Zihui, the number 1 disciple of the outer sect. How did this person appear? Aren't you in seclusion? Sure. Do you see that new disciple over there? They should be coming for him. In the surroundings, many people's expressions changed, and many of them stared at Lu Zihui with fear. Lu Zihui stared at Lin Tian expressionlessly. You're the one who stole my stuff. Lu Zihui was originally in seclusion, but Zhou Yang found him and said that the soul-accumulating pill and foundation fortifying pill that he was going to give him had been stolen. The soul-accumulating pill and foundation fortifying pill had great effects on Sea of Consciousness experts. So Lu Zihui was naturally unhappy. Lin Tianling glanced at Lu Zihui coldly and walked towards the Dragon Spirit Valley. He had reached the 9th level of the Divine Pulse, but he had yet to perfect the 9 Divine Pulse. He still needed more spiritual chi to help him. He needed to reach the pinnacle of the Divine Pulse first, and then rely on the power of the 9 Divine Pulse to form the Sea of Consciousness. Seeing that Lin Tian ignored him, Lu Zihui's face darkened. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page down. In a flash, Lu Zihui stood in front of Lin Tian and blocked him. I'm asking you a question. Can't you hear me? Lu Zihui said coldly. Sorry, I can only understand human language. Also, a good dog doesn't block the way. Get lost. Lin Tian said coldly. Many disciples gathered outside the forest of illusionary dreams. They were all shocked to see the scene. That guy called Lu Zihui a dog? That's Lu Zihui, a sea of consciousness cultivator. He's courting death. Many people shook their heads. Wasn't he looking for trouble by talking to a sea of consciousness cultivator like that? Lu Zihui's face darkened, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He slapped Lin Tian's cheek. This slap was a little harsh, and it made the air scream. Lin Tian was expressionless. He reached out his right hand and grabbed Lu Zihui's right wrist. Lu Zihui's eyes narrowed, and he was shocked. Vicious. Lin Tian's face was cold. Lu Zihui shook his right hand, and a majestic true essence spread out. He broke free from Lin Tian's hand. I've underestimated you. The crowd was surprised. They didn't expect Lin Tian to be able to block the slap of Lu Zihui, a sea of consciousness cultivator. If that slap landed, ordinary people would be crippled. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the sect? Lin Tiandao. Just now, Lu Zihui's palm strike seemed simple, but it contained the force of true essence. If it was any other divine vein realm cultivator, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. At the very least, they would suffer a severe concussion and become a cripple. If it was more serious, it wasn't impossible for them to die on the spot. Lu Zihui's expression was indifferent. You're just a new disciple, and I'm a sea of consciousness cultivator, the #1 outer disciple. It's not an exaggeration to say that I'm an elite of the sect. Who do you think the sect values more? In other words, even if I kill you here, will the sect make things difficult for an elite of the sect for the death of a new disciple? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in them. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt that an old drunkard's words were very accurate. Although the sect was strong, it was really cruel. At least in the Nine-Yang Martial House and the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, no disciple dared to be so ruthless to another disciple. Even Jiang Renwen of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard dared to do that because of his special status. Judging from Lu Zihui's confident expression, it was likely that even if Lu Zihui killed him, the sect wouldn't punish him severely. Speaking of which, although the sect has a rule on the surface that no one is allowed to injure or cripple disciples of the same sect, if some extremely powerful disciples commit such a crime, even if it is evil, the sect will turn a blind eye to it. Lin Tiandao. Lu Zihui's expression was indifferent. So what if it is? Has something like this happened before? Lin Tian looked at a disciple beside him. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the disciple couldn't help but lower his head. Obviously, it had happened before. Lin Tian understood, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Simply put, there are no rules in the sect. To put it in simpler terms, the strong survive and the weak are eliminated. Whoever has the biggest fist is the reason. Even if you kill another disciple, it doesn't matter. He said as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was asking someone else. The surrounding disciples heard his words. Although their expressions changed slightly, they didn't have much of a reaction. As expected, Lin Tian chuckled, but there was a trace of sarcasm. Lu Zihui took a step forward and said coldly, "You're quite fast to understand, but unfortunately it's too late." Lu Zihui's body emitted a cold aura. The aura of a sea of consciousness realm expert spread out, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lin Tian didn't have any reaction to it. He didn't care at all. As if he didn't hear Lu Zihui's words, he stared at Lu Zihui, and an even colder aura rushed out from his body. In other words, even if I kill you here, it doesn't matter, right? As soon as this cold aura came out, it caused many disciples to turn pale. They couldn't help but tremble, shocked by this murderous intent. At this moment, even Lu Zihui couldn't help but be moved. This aura was too chilling. "What are you doing?" A cold voice sounded. In the distance, two middle-aged men walked over. They were both Sea of Consciousness realm experts, and they were the deacons of the Burning Sun sect. Lu Zihui's face froze. He snorted and stared at Lin Tiandao. "You're lucky." As the number one disciple in the outer sect, Lu Zihui's strength wasn't bad. He could almost do whatever he wanted in the outer sect. He even dared to kill his fellow disciples, just like how he killed Lin Tian. However, when the deacons came, Lu Zihui still had to restrain himself. As he spoke, Lu Zihui turned and walked away. Clang! At this moment, a sword slashed and landed at Lu Zihui's feet. Lin Tian's face was cold. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone in this place all changed. What's wrong with this guy? He barely got his life back. Why did he take the initiative to provoke again? Really, many people shook their heads. Lu Zihui stopped and stared coldly at Lin Tian. His sea of consciousness, realm, fluctuations spread out again. Lin Tian stared at Lu Zihui, his expression extremely cold. Two middle-aged deacons came forward, glanced at Lu Zihui, and then looked at Lin Tian. What are you doing? Lin Tian stared at Lu Zihui, ignoring the two middle-aged men. The Burning Sun sect has set up the life and death ring. Once on the life and death ring, no one can interfere. Lu Zihui, I invite you to the life and death ring. Are you interested? Lin Tian never liked to be taken advantage of. Since the deacons saw and stopped him, he would drag Lu Zihui to the life and death ring. As long as he was on the life and death ring, no one could interfere. As soon as he said this, it was like a clap of thunder, causing the disciples' faces to change. What? Some people were stunned. Many people stared at Lin Tian with strange expressions. This is crazy, right? He's obviously only in the Divine Pulse realm. He actually invited a Sea of Consciousness realm expert to the life and death ring? Even if he's angry, he shouldn't gamble like this. Really, many people shook their heads. The two middle-aged deacons stared at Lin Tian and frowned. Lu Zihui stared at Lin Tian in a daze and then laughed. He never thought that he would hear such interesting words from Lin Tian. Yes, it was interesting. In Lu Zihui's ears, this was too interesting. Life and death ring? You invited me? Lu Zihui's face was full of ridicule. Zhou Yang's face was full of sarcasm. I've seen a lot of idiots, but this is the first time I've seen such an idiot. Inviting a Sea of Consciousness realm expert to the life and death ring with his Divine Pulse realm cultivation was purely an act of seeking death. If you agree, nod your head. If you don't dare, scram with your tail between your legs. Lin Tian's face was impatient. Hearing this, all the disciples were stunned again. How dare this new disciple of the Divine Pulse realm be so domineering? Lu Zihui's face darkened. Since you want to die, I'll satisfy you. End of chapter. Chapter 215. On this day, the news quickly spread that the new disciple Lin Tian had invited the number one outer disciple, Lu Zihui, to fight in the life and death ring, which shocked the entire Burning Sun sect. No pop-up window. A new disciple actually dared to challenge Lu Zihui to a battle? What's going on? Is he going to die? Don't be so stupid. Many people shook their heads when they heard this. Lu Zihui was a Sea of Knowledge expert, the number one outer disciple. A new disciple actually invited Lu Zihui to fight in the life and death ring. No one could understand this behavior. In everyone's eyes, this was simply courting death. In the duty hall, the three deacons who knew about Lin Tian's background naturally knew about this matter. That young man is too arrogant. It's normal. After all, he was sent back by that person, but let's go and see. The three shook their heads. The Burning Sun sect's life and death ring was set up in the martial arts practice field. It was a circular ring with a diameter of about 10 feet. At this time, the life and death ring was surrounded by figures, all of whom came to watch the battle. Many people stared at the arena, pointing and discussing animatedly. What an idiot! In the crowd, Zhou Yang sneered. The three deacons of the duty hall also came and stood far away. Su Feng rushed back from the mountain guard and found Lin Tian with an anxious face. Junior brother Lin, you're too reckless. It's okay, I know what I'm doing. Lin Tian smiled. After saying this, he bypassed Su Feng's obstruction and jumped onto the life and death ring. He hated being bullied. Lu Zihue stopped him outside the illusory forest and attacked him ruthlessly, wanting to kill him. Naturally, he would not take this lying down. Since he was stopped by the deacons, he would let Lu Zihue fight in the life and death ring. He went up. That's the new disciple? What's his name? I think his name is Lin Tian. Lin Tian, he has a backbone. What's the use of having a backbone? He's going to die in the life and death ring. That's true. After all, Lu Zihue is a sea of knowledge expert. Too reckless. Many people shook their heads. Lin Tian stood on the life and death arena with a calm expression. Lu Zihue, get up here. The expressions of many people around the life and death stage changed when they heard this voice. This guy is really arrogant, someone muttered. Below the life and death ring, Lu Zihue's expression was somewhat ruthless, killing intent intertwined in his eyes. Senior brother Lu, kill him, Zhou Yang said. I don't need you to tell me. Lu Zi snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zihue leaped onto the life and death arena. Instantly, everyone's eyes were fixed on the life and death ring. This is the first time I've seen someone as idiotic as you, Lu Zihue said calmly. In Lu Zihue's opinion, this person in front of him was really interesting to the point of being silly. You talk too much. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. With a clang, the heart-spirit sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, lightning sword rays interweaved. A supreme treasure. He actually has a supreme treasure. Look at his right hand, there's a stone ring. Who is this newcomer? Seeing the heart-spirit sword and the stone ring, many outer disciples were shocked. The value of a sect's most precious treasure was immeasurable. As for the stone ring, although it wasn't too precious to the disciples of the sect, it was still extremely difficult for the average disciple to possess one. In the entire outer sect, the number of people who possessed a stone ring was less than 5. This bastard is actually so rich. Zhou Yang was also shocked. In the distance, the 3 deacons of the duty hall were very calm. They knew that Lin Tian was sent here by an old drunkard, so they were not surprised that Lin Tian had these things. They thought that it was given by an old drunkard. However, they guessed wrong. These things were completely obtained by Lin Tian's own strength, and had nothing to do with an old drunkard. In the life and death ring, Lu Zihue stared at Lin Tian and mocked. With a supreme treasure in hand, no wonder you dare to invite me to the life and death ring. But I still have to say, too naive. As he spoke, a tyrannical aura rushed out from Lu Zihue's body. I will let you know that even if you have a supreme treasure, you can only be defeated. After that, your supreme treasure will belong to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zihue rushed towards Lin Tian like lightning. So fast! At the edge of the life and death ring, someone exclaimed. Clang! At this moment, a sword whistled, and the lightning sword ray slashed down, forcing Lu Zihue to retreat. Staring at Lin Tian again, Lu Zihue was slightly moved. Your reaction is quite fast, Lu Zihue said. Lin Tian stared at Lu Zihue expressionlessly. His figure flashed, and in an instant he was in front of Lu Zihue. Lu Zihue's face changed slightly. Lin Tian lifted his leg and kicked out. This attack was very fast, but Lu Zihue was after all a sea of consciousness expert. He crossed his hands in front of his chest and blocked it. Your reaction is quite fast, Lin Tian said. As soon as these words came out, Lu Zihue's face suddenly turned cold. This sentence was clearly what he said to Lin Tian just now. But at this time, Lin Tian returned it to him word for word, as if slapping him hard in the face. Outside the life and death ring, Watching this scene, the crowd was surprised. It's so strange, did I see it wrong? That newcomer can actually counterattack in the hands of Lu Zihui. It seems that he is still on top. Many people were surprised. Su Feng stared at this scene, and his eyes could not help but widen. At this moment, Su Feng was shocked by Lin Tian's battle strength. Far away, even the three deacons could not help but be slightly surprised. This little guy is really not ordinary. One of them said. Lu Zihui naturally heard the voices of the people around the life and death ring, and his face became a little gloomy, only to see that his right hand shook and the stone ring on his middle finger flashed, and a long saber appeared in his right hand. As the first in the outer sect, Lu Zihui naturally had a stone ring. Boom! As soon as the long saber appeared, Lu Zihui's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and a fierce saber aura suddenly spread out. Feeling this overbearing saber aura, many of the onlookers' pupils shrank. 7 saber techniques. Spiritual C, realm martial technique. This saber technique is divided into 7 levels, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate. It is said that Lu Zihui has mastered the first 6 levels. This is bad, someone said. In the life and death ring, Lu Zihui stared at Lin Tian with an indifferent expression. I admit that you are indeed a little unusual, but this is the end. As a little cultivator of the divine range, you can be proud that you can make me, a spiritual C realm cultivator, use my weapon. Even if you die here, you don't have to feel wronged. You should feel honored. As he spoke, Lu Zihui's aura became stronger. Lin Tian stared at Lu Zihui, and the expression on his face did not change at all. He raised his right hand and gently slashed out with his sword. The azure thunder sword aura rolled up crazily, and with the power of thunder, it instantly arrived in front of Lu Zihui. Very fast, very strong. Lu Zihui was shocked again. He quickly waved his hand and slashed out a strong saber aura. The saber aura and the sword aura collided and exploded with a boom. At this moment, Lin Tian moved again. He approached Lu Zihui step by step. Frog at the bottom of the well, you're only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. Do you think people at this level are great? Do you think I have not killed anyone? Lin Tian's words were calm, but it could be said that a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Immediately, everyone's expression changed. What did he say? Killed a powerhouse at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. How is that possible? He must be joking. Absolutely. How can a cultivator of the divine range realm kill a powerhouse of the spiritual sea realm? The level is not the same at all. Many people shook their heads. In the distance, the 3 elders of the duty hall were moved. Is it true? This little guy is so monstrous. It doesn't seem to be fake. No matter what, he is the disciple sent back by that person. However, how did he kill a powerhouse of the spiritual sea realm? Did he do it when the other party was at his last breath? Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for him to kill a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm. After all, a powerhouse of the spiritual sea realm has the power of the divine range realm. The 3 elders had strange expressions. On the life and death ring, the sword aura rang again. Lin Tian no longer held back. He stepped on the yin and yang ho and instantly appeared in front of Lu Zihui. He swept his sword away. This is so fast. It seems to be faster than Lu Zihui. He is only at the divine range realm. How did he do it? All the onlookers were shocked. Lu Zihui was moved. The saber in his hand shook, and the saber aura filled the sky. However, it was a pity that although the saber aura was powerful, Lin Tian did not care about it. At this moment, the true spirit sword in his hand was burning with flames. Vaguely, a sword roar like a dragon was heard. It was extremely ear-piercing. Slash! With a swoosh, the saber aura in the sky was shattered. The true spirit sword swept across. With a clang, Lu Zihui blocked it with his long saber. Although he blocked the true spirit sword, the terrifying power of the true spirit sword passed through the sword and shook him away. Lin Tian's expression was cold. After the slash, he did not stop and rushed forward again. Clang! The thunder flame, sword aura swept across. Each slash had the power of an ordinary spiritual sea realm martial technique. Lu Zihui hurriedly waved his long saber and used the 7 saber techniques. I will let you know the essential difference between a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm and a cultivator of the divine range realm, Lu Zihui said coldly. As he spoke, Lu Zihui's glabella shone slightly as if a spiritual sea had lit up. After that, his attacks suddenly became several times sharper, and his speed also increased by a lot. His footsteps became incomparably ethereal, as if his entire person had become different, as if he had entered another level. That is the spiritual sea. It contains the power of the spiritual sea realm. It can increase the combat power of the spiritual sea realm expert by several times. Their perception will also be greatly improved. Lu Zihui gives people a different feeling, an onlooker said. At this time, many onlookers clearly felt that Lu Zihui's saber techniques had become tricky. Each strike was terrifying. Hey, that Lin Tian, it seems that he did not retreat. Let me see. This seems to be true. It seems that he has blocked all the attacks. How is that possible? Many onlookers narrowed their eyes. In the distance, the 3 elders of the duty hall also narrowed their eyes. He did completely block Lu Zihui's attacks. This seems impossible. Strange. Generally speaking, it is impossible for a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm to block a peak state cultivator of the spiritual sea realm. He said that he had killed a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm. Could it be that he also killed his opponent in an open battle? He is suppressing his cultivation? But it doesn't seem so. The 3 of them frowned. It should be known that a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm had the power of the spiritual sea realm. This was the essential difference between a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm and a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm. Therefore, a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm should not be a match for a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm. But now, Lin Tian had completely subverted their understanding. On the life and death ring, Lu Zihui also noticed it. His expression suddenly changed. With a roar, Lu Zihui's figure changed, and a terrifying aura came out of his body. This is the 6th level of the 7 saber techniques, the Tyrant Saber. Lu Zihui actually used the 6th level of the saber technique directly. Many onlookers were shocked. Enough. It was also at this time that an indifferent voice sounded. Lin Tian raised the heart spirit sword. With a clang, the light of the thunder flame flashed across the life and death ring like lightning. Suddenly, the terrifying saber light disappeared without a trace. Puff! A bloody light floated in the air. Lu Zihui's abdomen was penetrated, and he flew away in a sorry state. Chapter 216. Everyone's expression changed. The powerful Lu Zihui, the Sea of Consciousness realm Lu Zihui, the number 1 outer disciple, was pierced through his abdomen by a new disciple of the divine vein realm. His blood stained the life and death arena. Damn it! Lu Zihui was shocked and angry. He quickly dodged, covering his abdomen. Blood stained his left hand. Lu Zihui's eyes became extremely sinister and shocked. The surroundings of the life and death arena fell into dead silence. How is this possible? Zhou Yang's heart trembled. Lu Zihui, who was in the Sea of Consciousness realm, was the first to be injured by Lin Tian. On the other side, Su Feng was also shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. Junior brother Lin, muttering to himself. Su Feng was completely stunned. Far away, the 3 elders of the duty hall were also shocked. He actually injured Lu Zihui in such a situation. How did this little guy do it? Does he have a power comparable to divine sense? That shouldn't be the case. The three of them frowned. Around the life and death arena, everyone was staring at Lin Tian with a horrified expression. This, unbelievable. How did he do it? He actually injured a sea of consciousness realm expert. Freak. Many people were shocked. A divine vein realm cultivator killing a sea of consciousness realm expert. In everyone's eyes, this was like a dream. On the life and death arena, Lu Zihui listened to the discussions of the crowd and felt his cheeks burning. Zhou Yang thought he was very strong and always colluded with others to take the pills of other disciples. When I, a new disciple, took the pills, he directly attacked me. In the end, he couldn't withstand a single blow, and I took the pills. You and Zhou Yang are the same. You think you are very strong and can bully and humiliate your fellow disciples at will. You don't even care if you kill your fellow disciples. So now you are standing here, and what awaits you is death. An indifferent voice sounded. Lin Tian held the inner spirit sword and walked forward step by step. His words were very calm, but it caused the expressions of many disciples to change. In the crowd, Zhou Yang's expression suddenly became ugly. He was ashamed and angry. Do you think you can kill me? Lu Zihui said gloomily. Do you think you can resist me? Lin Tian was expressionless. He raised his right hand. The thunder fire sword vibrated, and he directly swung it. Clang! The terrifying sword force swept up, bringing with it the power of lightning and the burning power of fire, causing the air to distort. Everyone was shocked by such a sword aura. A divine vein realm cultivator can send such a powerful sword momentum? The three deacons' eyes. On the life and death arena, Lu Zihui's expression changed greatly. The space between his eyebrows became even brighter, and his spiritual sense started to circulate madly. Then he waved the saber in his hand and slashed at Lin Tian's thunder flame sword aura, shattering it in the air. However, right at this moment, a figure had already arrived before him. It was precisely Lin Tian. You, bang! Lin Li Lin's Li Lu. Lin Lu Zihui was? Sbax Lu Lu Lu. Lu Zihui was sent flying backwards. However, Lin Tian did not give him any time to react. Lin Tian closed in like a bolt of lightning. The inner spirit sword in his hand seemed to have eyes as it continuously slashed at Lu Zihui from all directions. Immediately, Lu Zihui was exhausted from dealing with it. After a while, he was struck a few more times, causing his clothes to be cut to shreds. First in the outer sect. Aren't you very strong? Lin Tian said coldly. His words were calm, but they were full of sarcasm. You, Lu Zihui was furious. His sword momentum also became terrifying. However, it was useless. Even with the help of divine sense strength, Lu Zihui's sword could not hurt Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian's speed became faster and faster. His attacks also became sharper and more cunning. His attack trajectory has also changed. It seems that he has the help of divine sense strength. Strange. What is going on? In the distance, the three deacons were surprised. They did not know that although Lin Tian had not reached the Sea of Knowledge realm, he was a fourth-stage array manipulator. With his fourth-stage soul power and the help of the Heavenly One Soul technique, it was comparable to an ordinary divine sense strength. Now, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Tian was not weaker than a first-layer Sea of Knowledge cultivator. Kill! A cold voice rang out. With a puff, the thunder sword shook. Lu Zihui was again sent flying. His abdomen was penetrated again. Next, a rain of attacks fell on Lu Zihui. Soon, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Lu Zihui's arm was pierced through by Lin Tian, leaving behind a bloody hole. With a clang, Lin Tian slashed his sword and penetrated Lu Zihui's abdomen again. Bang! With a kick, Lin Tian sent Lu Zihui flying. Currently, Lu Zihue's divine sense, which was at the first layer of his sea of knowledge, could not cause him any trouble. At this moment, the Heavenly One Soul mantra was circulating madly. His tyrannical spiritual energy allowed him to grasp all of Lu Zihue's movements, allowing him to execute all kinds of tricky sword lights. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zihue was forced to dodge again and again. Lu Zihue lost? He, that new disciple, Lin Tian, around the life and death ring, everyone was shocked. How can this be? How can this be? In the crowd, Zhou Yang's face was the worst. Lu Zihue, who was in the Sea of Knowledge realm, was forced to a dead end. Su Feng was also shocked. He did not expect Lin Tian to be so strong. Ah! All of a sudden, Lu Zihue let out an angry roar. He swung his long saber and leaped into the air. Stepping on the long saber, he ascended into the air above the life and death arena. The body of the long saber beneath his feet glowed with a faint light, and surprisingly, it didn't fall down. Seeing this, Lin Tian suddenly frowned. Lu Zihue stood on the long sword in the air. This shocked him. Sea of Knowledge realm flying martial technique, weapon control technique. A disciple said with a face full of envy. Lin Tian heard this and was surprised. The Burning Sun sect actually had such a mysterious martial technique. As expected of a sect, it's really extraordinary. Lin Tian thought to himself. In the air, Lu Zihue stepped on the long sword. His eyes were frighteningly cold as he looked down at Lin Tian. Seeing this, many onlookers shook their heads and sighed. Someone whispered, with weapon control technique, no matter what, Lu Zihue is in an invincible position. He can stand in the air and slash out with his sword. It's easy to attack and easy to defend. This new disciple has no hope of winning. Sigh. Someone sighed. In the crowd, Zhou Yang stared at this scene, and his face became sinister. Junior brother Lin. Su Feng stared at Lin Tian with some worry. On the life and death ring, Lin Tian's expression became calm again. He looked up. Height about 60 feet. He said to himself in a low voice. While talking to himself, he squatted down slightly. What is he doing? Is he going to jump up? How is it possible? 60 feet high, even a Sea of Knowledge realm expert can't jump up. Many disciples shook their heads. However, in the next moment, under the surprised eyes of the crowd, Lin Tian actually jumped up. Is this guy stupid? The crowd was surprised, staring at this scene. Even the 3 deacon elders in the distance had a strange expression. Lin Tianyi jumped up to a position 4 feet away from the life and death ring. His body gradually began to fall. I can't figure out what's in this guy's head. If I didn't see his battle just now and know that his combat power is very strong, I would definitely think he's a fool. Someone was speechless. Lu Zihue stood on the long saber and looked down at Lin Tian with a sarcastic expression. Idiot. Lin Tian's figure gradually descended as if he'd lost his balance, and this caused the crowd to shake their heads once more. However, in the next moment, under the shocked gazes of everyone, his right leg actually stomped forcefully on the air, and his figure actually shot up even higher into the sky. He soared over 24 m into the air with a single leap. How is it possible? Stepping on the void, isn't this something that only a Zephyr powerhouse can do? Oh my god! Everyone's expressions changed. Next, Lin Tian stepped in the air again and again, rushing all the way to the sky. Such a strange scene made everyone's expression change drastically. At this moment, even the 3 deacons were shocked. They stared in front of them in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn rang out repeatedly. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He stepped on the 2nd level of the yin and yang roar and rushed all the way up. Lu Zihue's expression changed drastically. In a hurry, an ordinary long saber appeared in his hand. It's too late, Lin Tian said. He was already in front of Lu Zihui. The inner spirit sword's murderous light flashed as it mercilessly slashed at Lu Zihui's neck. Die! The thunder flame sword's light was mighty and terrifying. At this moment, a terrifying saber slashed from afar. The tyrannical aura made everyone's expression change. Lin Tian's expression changed. He withdrew his sword and retreated in a strange posture, falling toward the life and death ring. He looked up and saw an old man flying over on a long saber from the southeast. His entire body emitted an extremely fierce aura. He was at least at the 5th firmament of the Sea of Knowledge realm. Zuoshang, Deacon Zhuo. Lu Zihui seems to have been introduced to the sect by Deacon Zhuo. I heard that this person is very protective. Sure, lower your voice, someone whispered. Lu Zihui's heart relaxed. He tilted his head and showed a touch of joy. Senior, Lin Tian's expression became a little cold. He stared coldly at the old man who had suddenly appeared. As if sensing Lin Tian's gaze, Zuoshang glanced down coldly and said, You're so young, but your attacks are so vicious. You're really a little devil. Lin Tian's expression became even colder. Vicious? Shameless old man. This is the life and death ring. Get away from me, he said coldly. He stared at Zuoshang. A cold, murderous intent came out of his body, making the air a little cold. Hiss! Hearing Lin Tian's words, all the spectators sucked in a cold breath. Zuoshang was a deacon of the sect. A new disciple dared to insult a deacon of the sect. Zuoshang's expression suddenly became cold. A little outer sect disciple dares to talk back to a deacon of the sect. You're courting death. As he spoke, Zuoshang directly attacked Lin Tian. A terrifying saber slashed at Lin Tian without hesitation. Old man, Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His right hand gripped the inner spirit sword tightly. The thunder flame sword's light suddenly surged. Chapter 217. A terrifying blade aura descended from the sky, and the powerful pressure caused Lin Tian's entire body to tense up. Boom! The thunder flame sword energy soared into the sky. His aura rose steadily. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure raised a hand and smashed Zuoshang's energy saber into pieces. Deacon Zhuo, I'm afraid your actions are a little inappropriate, the figure said indifferently. Lin Tian stared at the figure. His heart skipped a beat. He remembered that this person was called Puin. He was one of the 3 old men from the steward's hall whom he had met yesterday. Puin, it's rare for you to stick your nose into other people's business and stand up for a puny outer sect disciple. Zuoshang snorted coldly. I'm in a good mood today. Speaking of which, the person you brought into the sect is also an outer sect disciple, right? Puin said, He'll be an inner sect disciple soon. Zuoshang said proudly, You're quite confident. Puin smiled. Zuoshang snorted coldly. He did not say anything else and left with the heavily injured Lu Zihui on his saber. Lu Zihui turned around and glanced viciously at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face turned cold. He took a step forward and swung his inner spirit sword. At this moment, Puin stopped him. Young man, stop. Can you stop Zuoshang? Lin Tian's footsteps paused as he gripped his sword even tighter. Zuoshang and Lu Zihui disappeared from his sight. Does this sect not follow the rules at all? He asked. The platform of life and death was set up by the sect. The rules were written clearly. Once one entered the platform of life and death were up to fate. No one was allowed to interfere. However, Zuoshang had interfered with the battle on the platform of life and death and taken Lu Zihui away. Puin and the other deacons did not stop him at all. It was as if this was normal. Puin frowned slightly. Then he sighed and said, The sect is a place where strength is the real rule. Lin Tianling smiled. Since strength is the real rule, why do we need to set up rules on the surface? Does the sect like to slap its own face so much? What are you talking about? Pu-en was somewhat displeased. Lin Tian put away his sword and gradually calmed down. He bowed slightly to Pu-en and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank Senior for helping me just now." As he spoke, he continued, "However, according to what Senior said, when I become stronger, can I kill Lu Zihui and Zhuoshang at any time?" Hearing this, Pu-en frowned again. "Don't do that." "Why?" Lin Tian asked. Pu-en thought for a moment, but didn't know how to answer. With a sigh, Pu-en patted Lin Tian's shoulder and said, "In short, don't be rash. Work hard. Take what happened today as a chance to sharpen your mind on the road to growth. After all, the future is just around the corner." After saying that, Pu-en jumped off the life and death arena and disappeared. Lin Tian looked in the direction where Pu-en had left. After a pause, he looked in the direction where Zhuoshang and Lu Zihui had left. Staring at the direction where Zhuoshang and Lu Zihui had left, his eyes became very cold. Killing intent intertwined in his eyes. At this time, he once again remembered an old drunkard's words. Although the sect was strong, it was very cruel. For the first time, Lin Tian felt a little sullen. "I have to reach the knowledge sea level as soon as possible," he muttered to himself. After saying that, he also jumped off the life and death arena. Around the life and death arena, the crowd stared at Lin Tian and stepped back, automatically opening a path for him. With the cultivation of the divine vein realm, he had almost killed the number 1 outer disciple, Lu Zihui. This was a super ruthless person who couldn't be provoked. Lin Tianwei was stunned, and then he shook his head. "Lin Tian, are you okay?" Su Feng greeted him. Lin Tian's strength was a little terrifying. He could actually defeat the number 1 outer disciple, Lu Zihui. Su Feng unknowingly changed the way he addressed him. Before, he called him Junior Brother Lin, but now he called him Lin Tian. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern," Lin Tian said with a smile. The two left the life and death arena together and walked out of the martial arts practice field. "By the way, Senior Brother Su, what's the matter with the flying saber technique that Lu Zihui used before?" Lin Tian asked. He vaguely remembered the voices of some spectators. It seemed to be called the weapon control technique. Su Feng said, "It's a flying martial skill called the weapon control technique. It's at the knowledge sea level." Speaking of this technique, Su Feng unknowingly revealed a look of envy and yearning. As long as you master this technique, you can rely on some tools to fly in the air. In this way, not only will your speed increase, but your attack and defense will also become stronger. Then, how do you get this weapon control technique to practice? Lin Tian asked. Su Feng was slightly stunned. "You want to practice it? I'm afraid it's not possible now." "Why?" Lin Tian was curious. Su Feng explained, "This weapon control technique is a knowledge sea-level martial skill, and it's different from other knowledge sea-level martial skills. This set of martial skills can only be practiced when you reach the knowledge sea level, because it requires the integration of spiritual sense and true inner force. Moreover, this set of martial skills requires a huge amount of sect contribution points. You are now in the Divine Pulse realm, and your sect contribution points seem to be 0, so you can't exchange for this technique. Even if you can exchange, you can't practice it." Speaking of this, Su Feng himself showed a little helplessness. Lin Tian nodded. It turned out to be like this. Not long after, the two walked out of the martial arts practice field. Because Su Feng still had to guard the mountain, he went to the stone steps. Lin Tian was not in the mood to go to the training area for the time being. After saying goodbye to Su Feng, he walked towards his residence. Along the way, his mind was always thinking about the 3 words, weapon control technique. Without reaching the airborne realm, you can rely on spiritual sense and true inner force to achieve the purpose of flying in the air by relying on tools. This technique is really tempting. Soul Force. I don't know if it can be used to practice the weapon control technique. It should be possible. He thought. He didn't really care about the sect contribution points. After annihilating the 3 great martial arts clans of the Northern Flame Imperial City, he was quite rich now. He had plenty of spirit coins, martial arts techniques, and elixirs in his stone ring. He could use them to accumulate sect contribution points at any time, especially those martial arts techniques and spirit coins. He had almost no use for them. Not long after, Lin Tian returned to his residence, tidied up some things, and began to practice the 4 extreme scripture. The next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Lin Tian woke up early and went to the door as usual to do breathing exercises. Lin Tianyi felt that the best plan of the day was in the morning. He had been insisting on the habit of waking up early to do breathing exercises. Moreover, he clearly felt that this method of breathing exercises was very helpful for cultivation. It could make the true inner force flow more smoothly. After finishing his breathing exercises and washing up, Lin Tian left his residence and walked towards the duty hall. Soon he arrived at the duty hall and walked in. A rare guest. Seeing Lin Tian come in, a voice sounded. Pu-en sat on the side, squinting at Lin Tian. Senior, you must be joking. Lin Tian was helpless. Pu-en smiled and said, Little guy, are you still brooding over what happened yesterday? No, strength is the reason. I'll just fight back in the future. Lin Tiandao. Pu-en smiled helplessly. Wasn't this brooding in his heart? After a pause, Pu-en asked, Tell me, why are you here? Pu-en didn't think that Lin Tian came here to chat with him. He must have come here for something. Lin Tian went straight to the point and said, I want to hand in some things to accumulate sect contribution points to exchange for the equipment manipulation technique. Equipment manipulation technique? Why are you exchanging for that now? Pu-en was a little confused. Lin Tian was only in the divine pulse realm. Even if he got the equipment manipulation technique, he couldn't practice it. This made Pu-en very curious. Nothing. I just want to take a look in advance. This shouldn't limit the cultivation of the exchanger, right? Lin Tiandao. There is no limit. Pu-en shook his head. That's fine. I'm now accumulating sect contribution points and exchanging for the equipment manipulation technique. Lin Tiandao. Okay. Seeing that Lin Tian insisted, Pu-en let Lin Tian go and said, There are many ways to accumulate sect contribution points. Spirit coins, elixirs, beast cores, martial skills, weapons, and so on. What are you going to do? Well, with spirit coins. How do you calculate it? Lin Tian asked. 10,000 spirit coins can accumulate 1 sect contribution point, Pu-en said. After a pause, he said, By the way, the equipment manipulation technique you want to exchange for requires 2,000 sect contribution points. Lin Tian. In other words, it required 20 million spirit coins to exchange for the equipment manipulation technique. It was a scam. What about martial skills and elixirs? How do you calculate it? He continued to ask. Pu-en explained the various ways to accumulate sect contribution points to Lin Tian in detail. Then Lin Tian found that all the ways to accumulate sect contribution points were very deceptive. It was simply an open scam. The sect also needs to maintain daily life. Then, Pu-en said with a smile. Lin Tian was even more speechless. The sect was quite calculating. With a wave of his right hand, a purple card and 10 martial skill scrolls appeared in his hand. This is a card with a value of 10 million spirit coins. There are also 10 divine vein realm martial skill scrolls, which are exactly 2,000 contribution points. Take a look. After exterminating the 3 major martial arts families in the Imperial City, he had seized a total of more than 20 million spirit coins and dozens of martial skills. Now he could use them. Pu-en's eyes narrowed. He took the purple card and martial skill scrolls and was a little surprised. Young man, you are quite rich. Are you from a martial arts family in the secular world? Puan asked. I robbed them after exterminating a few martial arts families. Lin Tian said casually. Young people really like to joke. Puan naturally didn't believe him. Then Puan asked Lin Tian to take out his own identity token and recorded it, then returned it to Lin Tian. Okay, there are 2,000 sect contribution points in there. You can go to the Burning Sun Pavilion to exchange for the artifact control technique. However, after exchanging for the artifact control technique, 2,000 sect contribution points will disappear. In other words, with your current contribution points, after exchanging for the artifact control technique, your sect contribution points will directly become 0. Therefore, I suggest that you don't exchange for the artifact control technique for the time being. It's better to exchange for some other martial skills or elixirs. After all, even if you exchange for the artifact control technique, you won't be able to cultivate it for the time being. For now, it's too wasteful. Lin Tian nodded. I understand, but it's okay. Okay, then, as you wish. After saying that, Puan looked at Lin Tian again and said, By the way, young man, I see that your aptitude is amazing. In the future, you will definitely have the strength to become a core disciple. Remember to come here at any time to accumulate sect contribution points. As a core disciple, it's enough to maintain 100,000 sect contribution points. Lin Tian, 100,000. Chapter 218. Leaving the duty hall. Lin Tian followed the information about the Burning Sun sect, left on the paper by an old drunkard, and soon arrived in front of a quaint pavilion. At the top of the pavilion there was a wooden plaque with 3 bold words written on it. Burning Sun Pavilion. Lin Tian walked in and handed the golden identity token to the duty elder guarding the Burning Sun Pavilion. I want to exchange for the tool manipulation technique, he said. The duty elder glanced at Lin Tian and frowned. Tool manipulation technique? Obviously, this duty elder was the same as Puan. He was a little surprised that Lin Tian wanted to exchange for the tool manipulation technique. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. The duty elder didn't say anything else and said to Lin Tiandao, Wait here. As he spoke, the old man walked up to the second floor. Not long after, he took out a 2-inch long scroll and handed it to Lin Tian. This is the equipment control technique scroll. Remember, return it within 2 months. Do you understand? Understood. Lin Tian nodded. The duty elder deducted Lin Tian's sect contribution points and then handed the golden identity token to Lin Tian. Leaving the Burning Sun Pavilion, Lin Tian followed a direction and soon arrived in front of a huge canyon. Demon Ceiling Gorge. The Burning Sun sect was located on a high mountain. Therefore, from the sect's perspective, the Demon Ceiling Gorge was located about 800 feet below the sect. There were chains extending from the top to the bottom of the gorge. If the sect's disciples wanted to enter the Demon Ceiling Gorge, they would use these chains to climb down and then climb up again. This was also to prevent the invasion of monster beasts. Of course, the sect's disciples who cultivated the tool manipulation technique could enter the Demon Ceiling Gorge without relying on the chains. Lin Tian looked down at the Demon Ceiling Gorge and saw many sect's disciples below. Some were climbing up while others were descending. Lin Tian didn't hesitate and jumped down. When he was about to fall to the bottom of the Demon Ceiling Gorge, he reached out and grabbed the chains on the side, then steadily landed on the ground. What an elegant movement! Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. Someone was surprised. You don't know this person? The new disciple, Lin Tian, defeated Lu Zihui yesterday. What? Lu Zihui? The Lu Zihui's #1 outer disciple. That's right. Instantly, many people in the surroundings were astonished, and their faces were filled with shock. At this time, Lin Tian was already heading towards the depths of the Demon Ceiling Gorge. He didn't come to the Demon Ceiling Gorge to temper himself with the demon beasts, but instead to find a quiet place to cultivate the artifact control technique. Although the demon's sealing gorge was called a gorge, it was actually a vast primitive forest. The air was filled with extremely dense demon chi. Lin Tian Lin looked sect of the sect. Elder S Tian Tian's beast 4 son, sex beast 4 level 4. S level for level Lin Lins of Lin Sun sect. S Lin sky, great beast Lin Tian tilted his head and swept a glance. With a flick of his feet, he flashed past and continued to charge forward. For the current him, a class 4 monster beast was simply too weak. He didn't even have the interest to make a move. About a quarter of an hour later, he came to an open meadow. Let's do it here, he muttered to himself. Arriving at the grassland, he took out the Imperial Equipment Technique scroll and began to read it carefully. Inject true essence into the weapon through the legs, causing the weapon to produce sword chi and other things to form a shock wave. Then, rely on the power of the divine sense to adjust it so that the weapon can bear a certain degree of weight, changing the flow of true essence to adjust the height and direction of flight. Lin Tian read it out, subconsciously. Pausing for a moment, Lin Tian finally understood why it was said that only Sea of Consciousness experts could practice this technique. It was because there were several processes that required the use of divine sense. It could be said that divine sense was the key to practicing and using this technique. Lin Tian looked again and found a small line of annotations at the end. The higher the level of the weapon, the easier it would be to practice and perform the Imperial Equipment Technique. Lin Tian thought for a moment and understood. The higher the level of the weapon, the smoother the flow of true essence of the cultivator. Naturally, it would be easier to practice and perform the Imperial Equipment Technique. Immediately, Lin Tian took out the Inner Spirit Sword and began to practice according to the requirements of the Imperial Equipment Technique. The first step is to inject true essence into the weapon through the legs. Thinking about it, it was really difficult to let true essence flow into the weapon from the soles of the feet. However, Lin Tian had practiced the Shattering Meteorite Fist and the Nirvana Fist technique. These two martial skills had extremely high requirements for the circulation of true essence. Therefore, although Lin Tian felt that it was difficult to circulate true essence from the soles of the feet, it was not too difficult. Immediately, Lin Tian began to circulate true essence, causing the true essence in his body to rush towards the soles of his feet. Gradually, Lin Tian felt the soles of his feet become somewhat warm and knew that true essence had begun to rush out from the soles of his feet. Immediately, he calmed his mind and concentrated, causing true essence to enter the Inner Spirit Sword under his feet in a special way. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a breeze around the Inner Spirit Sword, blowing away many of the withered leaves on the ground. Because it was the first stage of cultivation, Lin Tian could not be like Lu Zihui, throwing the weapon and leaping up to perform the Imperial Equipment Technique. In the first stage of cultivation, he could only place the Inner Spirit Sword on the ground and step on it. He cultivated until the Inner Spirit Sword carried him and floated up. Only then would it be considered a preliminary success. Whoosh! The sword wind continued to blow, whistling. All right, Lin Tian muttered. Next, he began to circulate the heavenly one-soul technique. Faint soul power appeared, causing the intersection between his feet and the Inner Spirit Sword to be shrouded in a layer of faint silver light. Immediately, he began to circulate his soul power according to the Imperial Equipment Technique. Suddenly, the Inner Spirit Sword began to sway. Sure enough, soul power can be used in place of soul power. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of light. Next, he began to fully immerse himself, pouring both true essence and soul power into the Inner Spirit Sword under his feet. Just like that, for hours passed in the blink of an eye. For hours later, under Lin Tian's unremitting efforts, the Inner Spirit Sword finally floated up, slowly with him on it. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet. At this time, Lin Tian had almost reached the top of an old tree, but it was difficult for him to continue rising. Obviously, this was the maximum height that he could reach with the Imperial Equipment technique. Moreover, he could only control the inner spirit sword to move up and down. He could not control the left, right, and other directions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian controlled the inner spirit sword and began to descend to the ground. About 33 feet, the first stage is considered complete. Lin Tian muttered to himself. It was still early. Lin Tian took a fasting pill and once again immersed himself in the cultivation of the Imperial Equipment technique. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours passed. In the sky above the demon's ceiling gorge, about 50 feet away, Lin Tian stood on the inner spirit sword in midair. His field of vision became incomparably vast. He could see the demonic beasts flying in the sky in the distance, and he could see the snakes crawling on the ground. The feeling of standing in the sky is really different. Lin Tian thought to himself. Looking down from the top of the mountain, this was probably the feeling. Soon he descended again. After a few hours of cultivation, Lin Tian completely mastered the first stage of the Imperial Equipment technique. During this process, he found that using the Imperial Equipment technique consumed a lot of true essence, and the consumption of essence, energy, and spirit was also extremely high. With his current amount of true essence, he could at most maintain the inner spirit sword suspended in the air for 2 hours. Begin the second stage, the control of direction. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The sky gradually darkened. A full moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling a sky full of silver light. Lin Tian did not return from the demon ceiling gorge. Instead, he cultivated in the forest all night. Since he had obtained the Imperial Equipment technique, he would not return until he had cultivated it to a certain level. This night, he cultivated the control of direction of the Imperial Equipment technique, and then he cultivated the control of speed. It was not until noon the next day that he could be considered to have barely mastered this technique. Although he said to have barely mastered it, it was because the Imperial Equipment technique was different from other martial techniques. This martial technique focused on control, and it required dozens or hundreds of times to be practiced. In the end, it could be said to have completely mastered it. It's about time. I'll go back and rest. I'll practice again tomorrow. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After a continuous day and night of cultivation, he was more or less tired. After returning to the sect, Lin Tian first went to the Burning Sun Pavilion to return the Imperial Equipment technique scroll, and then returned to his residence to rest. He slept all the way until midnight. At midnight, Lin Tian woke up. He circulated the 4 extremes scripture a few times in his residence, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to reach the peak. Then he walked out of his residence and once again came to the Demon Ceiling Gorge to begin cultivating the Imperial Equipment technique. This technique needed to be honed again and again to reach perfection. Lin Tian naturally would not slack off. Whoosh! The sword wind swept up, and Lin Tian stepped on the inner spirit sword and gradually rose into the sky. Then he began to control the inner spirit sword, changing its direction and speed, practicing over and over again. In this way, the night passed quickly. The sun rose and gradually set. At this time, it was already dusk of the second day. During this period of time, Lin Tian took the true energy pills and practiced the Imperial Equipment technique hundreds of times, becoming more and more familiar with this technique. By now, he could already rely on the Imperial Equipment technique to rise to a height of 100 feet, and his control of speed and direction had also become handy. It could be said that he had basically mastered the essence of this technique. Well, I can carry out other cultivation and strive to reach the Sea of Knowledge realm as soon as possible. Lin Tian muttered to himself, mastering the artifact control technique in nearly 3 days. To be honest, this kind of speed was a bit too monstrous. However, this was also because Lin Tian himself was an array controlling master and had also cultivated the Shattering Meteorite Fist and Nirvana Fist art, so his control over true essence was incomparably skillful, which was why he was able to learn it so quickly. If it were an ordinary knowledge, see, cultivator, it would take at least half a month. Putting away the inner spirit sword, Lin Tian glanced around and returned to the sect. Arriving at the iron chain of the demon's sealing gorge, he grabbed an iron chain and climbed up the sect. Although he had already mastered the imperial equipment technique and could directly ride the sword to ascend the sect, he did not do so. Climbing with his hands could instead train his arm strength. At this moment he heard a familiar voice. Turning his head to look, he saw that not far away, a few young people were walking towards him. The person in the lead was Lu Zihui. What a coincidence! Lin Tianlung smiled, and the hand holding the iron chain could not help but let go, and fell to the ground again. End of this chapter. Chapter 219. Lin Tian stepped forward and came to the front of the iron chain of the demon's sealing gorge, walking towards Lu Zihui. Full text to read. Lu Zihui, who was walking towards him, seemed to feel a chill. He raised his head and was shocked. "It's you!" Staring at Lin Tian, Lu Zihui's face became very gloomy. There were 3 youths standing beside Lu Zihui. Their cultivation bases weren't bad, and they were all at the peak of the divine range. At this moment, when the 3 of them saw Lu Zihui's expression, they instantly guessed something, and their eyes flickered. Lin Tiantan smiled indifferently and walked up step by step. "What do you want to do?" Lu Zihui said in a deep voice. "Guess." Lin Tian was very calm. With a clang, the inner soul sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The movement here was not small, and it immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. After seeing the scene, most of them were shocked. Lu Zihui stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes flashed coldly. "You want to kill me? Kill me here?" Lu Zihui was naturally not stupid. Moreover, his cultivation was at the sea of consciousness realm. At this moment, he clearly felt the killing intent in Lin Tian's eyes. Lin Tian's expression did not change, and he just walked forward step by step. "Junior brother Lin, disciples of the sect are not allowed to kill each other. You'd better not mess around." "Yes, stop. Otherwise, if the sect investigates, you won't be able to explain." The 3 young men beside Lu Zihui said. The 3 of them were all in the top 10 of the outer gate. They had a good relationship with Lu Zihui and often went in and out of the demon's sealing gorge together. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the inner soul sword shook, and a sharp sword wind swept out. "Those who have nothing to do with this, move aside." Clang! A gale swept out and swept up a cloud of sand and dust, and it blasted the 3 young men by Lu Zihui's side back. This is the person who defeated Lu Zihui of the Sea of Consciousness realm? So strong! Many people's hearts palpitated. The 3 youths who were swept away were all ranked in the top 10 of the outer disciples. Their cultivation was at the peak of the divine veins realm, but now they were actually swept away by Lin Tian's sword. Such battle strength made the people who were watching change their expressions. Lu Zihui's expression darkened. "Attacking a fellow disciple as you please, you really have some guts. Are you even qualified to say that?" Lin Tian had a disdainful expression on his face. As he spoke, he raised the long sword in his hand and slashed out again. This sword went straight for Lu Zihui. Clang! At this moment, the sound of the sword was extremely ear-piercing, as if it was cutting the air apart, forming a silver wave. Naturally, Lu Zihui would not be careless. He executed the 7 absolute saber aura and shattered the sword light. "Let's see if that old thing surnamed Zhua can still come and save you today," Lin Tian said calmly. As he spoke, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Zihui in an instant. The inner spirit sword trembled, and the thunderous sword light slashed down. Lu Zihui held the long sword and met it head-on. Suddenly, he was pushed back by a majestic force, and a little bit of blood splashed out. He forced Lu Zihue back with a single sword. Is that rumor true? This, many people's hearts palpitated. Not every disciple saw the life and death battle a few days ago. Some of them were cultivating in the cultivation area, while others were sharpening their skills in the demon's sealing gorge. Therefore, they did not know about the battle that day and only heard about it from many people. At this moment, when they saw such a scene with their own eyes, they were all shocked. Lin Tianyi approached Lu Zihue step by step. Lightning flashed on the inner spirit sword, and electric arcs crackled. Lu Zihue's face was a little ugly, and he stared at Lin Tian gloomily. I will report this matter to the sect later. You won't have a good ending for attacking a fellow disciple, Lu Zihue said. Lin Tian suddenly laughed. Lu Zihue, can you have some dignity? A few days ago, you blocked me outside the illusory forest and said that you could kill me at will. Now, after knowing that you are no match for me, you want to report it to the sect. Don't you think this is like a child in a private school in the mortal world tattling to the teacher? You, hearing this, Lu Zihue's face suddenly turned livid. At this time, Lin Tian had already pressed forward again. On the inner spirit sword, the light of thunder and the light of fire intertwined together, and a terrifying sword force swept forward. Besides, do you think you can return to the sect alive today? Lu Zihue's face was gloomy. This is not the life and death ring. So what? You escaped from the life and death ring. Today, we will treat it as a continuation of the battle on the life and death ring. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. As he spoke, he shook the inner spirit sword fiercely, and the thunder fire sword whistled and rushed toward Lu Zihue. This sword was peerlessly domineering and extremely powerful. Even though Lu Zihue resisted with all his strength, he was still pushed back. Lu Zihue is actually completely at a disadvantage. Obviously he is only in the divine pulse realm. How can he push a sea of consciousness expert to such an extent? That Lu Zihue seems to have no resistance at all. How can this be? Many people were surprised and doubtful. In fact, although Lu Zihue's battle strength was not as good as Lin Tian's, it was not a huge difference. After all, he was in the sea of consciousness realm. It was just that he was defeated by Lin Tian a few days ago. Now that he faced Lin Tian again, Lu Zihue would more or less have some psychological shadow, so he could not resist at all. By the way, is he really going to kill Lu Zihue here? That Lu Zihue is not an ordinary disciple. Yes, he is the first in the outer gate, a sea of consciousness realm cultivator. He is an elite of the sect. Some people's hearts trembled. At this time, Lin Tian once again pressed toward Lu Zihue. It seems that the old man surnamed, so it can't make it, he said lightly. The inner spirit sword in his hand was raised, and the dense sword light swept out again. Lu Zihue dodged in a flurry and retreated far away. He stared at Lin Tian again with a gloomy expression. Don't be too conceited. Do you really think you can defeat me? As he spoke, Lu Zihue raised his long saber and jumped up. He directly rode the long saber to a position more than 400 feet in the air, which attracted many people's attention. Weapon control technique. Many people showed envious and yearning expressions. Lu Zihue stood in the air, looking down at Lin Tian below, and said gloomily, I was careless a few days ago and underestimated you. Otherwise, do you think you can win? Now, I am 400 feet in the air. Even if you have mastered that strange body movement martial technique and can temporarily step on the void, can you reach such a high position? You are only in the divine pulse realm. If I use the weapon control technique, I will be in an invincible position. Hearing Lu Zihue's words, many onlookers' expressions changed. With the weapon control technique, Lu Zihue is indeed invincible. Nonsense, he is standing so high in the air, but the newcomer is standing on the ground. How can he fight? At most, he will become a live target for Lu Zihue. This is true. In this way, the newcomer will be at a disadvantage. Many people shook their heads. Lin Tian raised his head and stared at Lu Zihui. His expression did not change at all, and he looked extremely indifferent. "Don't be too self-righteous," he said indifferently. As he spoke, under everyone's shocked gazes, he raised the heart-spirit sword. Just like Lu Zihui, he stepped on the surface of the sword and slowly rose into the air, heading straight for the sky. This is weapon control technique? How is it possible? He is only in the divine pulse realm. How can he master the weapon control technique? Could it be that he is hiding his cultivation? Everyone was stunned. The weapon control technique was a martial technique that could only be practiced by cultivators in the Sea of Consciousness because it required the power of divine sense to practice. Now, Lin Tian actually used this technique with the cultivation of the divine pulse realm, which made everyone's eyes pop out. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had reached the same height as Lu Zihui. This is impossible." Lu Zihui was shocked. Lin Tian smiled. With a shake of his right hand, a spiritual sword appeared in his right hand, invincible in the innate realm. As he spoke, he slashed out with his sword. With a clang, the sword light swept out and whistled toward Lu Zihui. Lu Zihui's expression changed. An ordinary long saber appeared in his right hand. He performed the 7 saber techniques to meet Lin Tian's sword light. Crack! With a crisp sound, the long saber in Lu Zihui's hand was directly cut in half from the middle. Lin Tian rode the heart-spirit sword and quickly pressed forward. The long sword in his hand slashed out again and again. The sharp sword light intertwined into a sword net and pressed toward Lu Zihui as if it was going to cut the air. After that, he slashed out again. The thunder flame's sword essence turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. Puff! Blood floated in the air. Lu Zihui was penetrated by the sword and almost fell to the void. With a sneer, Lin Tian rode the heart-spirit sword and approached Lu Zihui again. After nearly 3 days and 3 nights of cultivation, he had already mastered the artifact control technique. In an instant, he was in front of Lu Zihui and slashed out again. Puff! Blood reappeared. Lu Zihui was hit again, and a bloody hole was pierced in his shoulder. With a muffled groan, Lu Zihui's expression became extremely ugly. He was shocked, frightened, and angry. Damn it! The direction leading to the sect was blocked by Lin Tian. Lu Zihui rode the precious saber and quickly rushed toward the depths of the demon's sealing gorge. He never expected that Lin Tian could master the artifact control technique with his divine pulse realm cultivation. In just a few days, he had practiced it so skillfully that his only reliance was gone. You can't escape. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. After saying that, the heart-spirit sword under his feet swept out a sword wind and quickly chased after Lu Zihui. He's catching up. Is he really going to kill Lu Zihui? It seems so. Many people's hearts palpitated. In the history of the Burning Sun sect, it wasn't that no one had killed a fellow disciple. However, it was always the extremely outstanding senior disciples who killed some very ordinary new disciples. But now, everything was completely reversed. A new disciple who had entered the sect for less than 10 days actually chased after the number 1 disciple of the Burning Sun sect with his divine pulse realm cultivation. This made everyone dumbfounded, as if they were in a dream. In the distance, the 3 young men accompanying Lu Zihui naturally changed their expressions. Quick, go back and report to the sect. One of them said anxiously. Chapter 220. Lin Tian glanced behind him. Although he saw someone rushing back to the sect, he did not care. Instead, he increased his speed and got closer to Lu Zihui in the blink of an eye. No pop-up window. Let's see who can save you today, he said coldly. Stepping on the inner spirit sword, he raised his right hand and slashed out again. The thunderous sword light whistled, causing the air to hiss as it struck forward. Damn it! Lu Zihui was furious. He slashed out a saber aura behind him. With a boom, the sword light and saber aura collided with each other, immediately setting off a shocking storm. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He drove the inner spirit sword forward again. With a shake of his right hand, his sword momentum was in vain. With one slash, hundreds of swords were born. Wind-shocking sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of sword chi whistled up as if they were going to pierce through space, shooting toward Lu Zihui like raindrops. Although Lu Zihui resisted with all his might, he was still hit by such a dense sword light. Immediately blood flowed out. The top disciple of the outer sect, who threatened to kill me a few days ago, only knows how to run? Lin Tian mocked. Hearing this, Lu Zihui was both embarrassed and angry, but he did not fight back. A few days ago, he fought with Lin Tian. He understood how terrifying Lin Tian's combat strength was. He was no match for him in a head-on confrontation. If they fought to the end, he would only die. Therefore, he only wanted to use his familiarity with the demon's sealing gorge to get rid of Lin Tian. In an instant, he drove the long saber down and soon disappeared into the old forest of the demon's sealing gorge, flashing around. "You want to get rid of me?" Lin Tianling smiled. The long sword in his hand shook. The thunderous sword light intertwined and slashed down fiercely. With a clang, the dense sword light fell from the sky, cutting countless old trees into pieces. Many low-level beasts in the old forest were terrified and fled in all directions. Lu Zihui glanced behind and saw that Lin Tian was not far away. His expression became even more unsightly. Again, Lin Tianling said. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed out with his sword again. A gust of sword wind rose up in the air and almost swept Lu Zihui off his saber. From time to time, Lu Zihui would slash out a few saber auras behind him to prevent Lin Tian from approaching. Then, relying on his familiarity with the old forest, he would dodge and flee in all directions to interfere with Lin Tian's judgment. However, to his disappointment, Lin Tian was not shaken off. No matter how he dodged, Lin Tian was always able to steadily catch up with him. Clang! At this moment, another energy sword swept over. Several old trees were chopped off, and their leaves fell one after another, shaking the ground a bit. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. Stepping on the inner spirit sword, his speed suddenly increased again. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up with Lu Zihui. "Let's see how long you can run," he said coldly. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand trembled again and slashed out a dense sword aura. Lu Zihui only cared about running with all his might. Under such circumstances, the dense sword aura swept over, and a few more sword auras entered his body, causing him to groan. However, he still did not stop. Instead, he increased his speed a little and rushed straight into the depths of the demon's sealing gorge. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he chased after him unhurriedly. It had to be said that the equipment manipulation technique was really amazing. It could increase a cultivator's speed by several times. The two of them, one chasing the other, had already gone more than 80,000 feet into the demon's sealing gorge in less than 15 minutes. After arriving here, the demonic aura in the air had obviously become much denser. There was a faint sense of danger intertwined in the surroundings. Lin Tian frowned slightly. He felt that he could not go any deeper. To be honest, he was not very familiar with this old forest. If he allowed Lu Zihui to continue running and bring him to some extremely dangerous, unknown territory, it would be obviously not good. Thinking of this, he no longer held back his strength. On the long sword, the light of thunder and fire flickered at the same time, and the sword swung out. Boom! The violent sword set off a shocking gust of wind and rushed towards Lu Zihui. Lu Zihui was also shocked by this sword, and his expression changed drastically. He suddenly stopped, raised the long sword in his hand, and met the sword with the 6th layer of the 7 deadly blade technique. However, the Azure Thunder Sword technique was a sea of consciousness martial technique. Lin Tian had also integrated the power of fire into the sword, causing it to become extremely powerful. How could an ordinary blade block it? Lu Zihui's blade was shattered, and the equipment manipulation technique was interrupted. He crashed heavily into an old tree not far away. Lin Tian was expressionless as he jumped down from the inner spirit sword. After putting away the inner spirit sword, he approached Lu Zihui step by step. "Hey!" Lu Zihui's face was sinister. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared cruelly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he felt a dangerous aura. At this moment, dense vines suddenly rushed out from all directions. There were even vines on the ground. In the blink of an eye, they had tightly wrapped around his limbs and body, making it difficult for him to break free. Peak of the 6th level demonic beast, purple poison vine. Once entangled by it, even an ordinary sea of consciousness martial artist will be temporarily paralyzed. Don't even think about breaking free. Their true essence and flesh will be slowly swallowed up. Enjoy it, Lu Zihui sneered. As he spoke, Lu Zihui stood up and stared viciously at Lin Tian. Obviously, he was very familiar with this place. He purposely led Lin Tian here so that Lin Tian would be entangled by the purple poison vine. Lin Tian glanced around. Green and purple vines were wriggling like poisonous snakes, entangling him tighter and tighter. He struggled to move his hands and feet, trying to break free. However, he found that it was really difficult to break free. Even his breathing gradually became difficult. "I already said that you can't break free. It's useless. Just wait for your death." Lu Zihui laughed sinisterly. Lin Tian glanced at Lu Zihui indifferently. His expression didn't change at all. "You spent so much effort to lead me here. In fact, it won't have any effect," he said indifferently. Lu Zihui was stunned at first, then he laughed loudly. "I thought you were going to say something, but it turned out to be this? You can't even move now, but you still say that it won't have any effect. It's really hard to understand." As he said this, Lu Zihui stared at Lin Tian with a mocking expression. "You'll understand soon," Lin Tian said indifferently. As his words fell, his mind moved. Suddenly, 3 scrolls appeared. Staring at the 3 scrolls that suddenly appeared, Lu Zihui couldn't help but frown. In the next moment, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. The 3 scrolls shattered, and dozens of lightning flames sword rays slashed in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. The vines that were entangled around Lin Tian's body were completely cut off. Purple mucus splashed onto the ground. At the same time, a scream and angry voice came from the east. In that direction, more vines rushed over. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he threw it out with a backhand. Whoosh! The dagger was intertwined with the power of lightning flame. Like a lightning arrow, it rushed over with a whoosh and sank into the group of vines. Another shrill scream rang out. Then, the dancing vines all went limp and stopped moving. The main body of the purple poison vine was in that direction. At this time, it was killed by the dagger thrown by Lin Tian. How did you break free? What were those 3 scrolls?" Lu Zihui's heart trembled. "You don't need to know," Lin Tian said coldly. The sudden entanglement of the purple poison vine had indeed brought him quite a bit of trouble, making it difficult for him to break free. However, he was still a formation controlling master. Circulating his soul power, a few martial fusion rune scrolls flew out from the stone ring. Immediately after, they opened. Under the control of his soul power, the thunder flame sword aura contained within the scrolls cut off the vines that were entangling him very easily. As he spoke, he approached Lu Zihui step by step. "Damn it!" Lu Zihui was furious. With a shake of his long blade, he used the artifact control technique to escape. Enough! Lin Tian snorted coldly. With a shake of the Heart Soul sword, a dazzling thunder flame sword glow shot forward in a perfectly straight line. It swept up a violent gale, and it instantly caused Lu Zihui to be blasted flying. He fell off the blade and collided with an old tree once more. Cough! Lu Zihui opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It was also at this moment that Lin Tianyi's figure flashed. He had already arrived in front of Lu Zihui and kicked him. This kick, Lin Tian did not show any mercy. There was a clear sound of bones breaking, causing Lu Zihui to scream in pain. "I'll fight you to the death!" Lu Zihui roared. Violent True Yuan swept out. Lu Zihui grabbed his artifact saber and crazily used the 7-blade arts to slash at Lin Tian. In response, Lin Tianji sneered, "If you were like this from the beginning, it might have taken me some effort. But now, how much battle strength do you have left?" With a clang, Lin Tianyi slashed out with his sword and directly sent Lu Zihui's artifact, saber flying. Then he swung out his left fist and fiercely punched Lu Zihui's chin. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking sounded again. Lu Zihui's jaw was dislocated. Blood gushed out from his mouth, and his whole body convulsed in pain. Bang! Lin Tianyi's foot landed on Lu Zihui's chest, breaking several of Lu Zihui's ribs. "Stop, stop!" Lu Zihui said in a trembling voice. His jaw was dislocated, and blood kept gushing out. It was difficult for him to speak. At this moment, he did not have the slightest strength to resist. I was led into the sect by that Senior Zhua. Kill me, and you will die a horrible death. Is that so?" Lin Tianyi's face was indifferent. He raised his inner spirit sword, and the blade flashed with a cold light. Lu Zihui's face suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with fear. "Stop! I'm telling the truth. That Senior Zhua intends to take me as his disciple. If you kill me, that senior will not let you go." Extreme fear made Lu Zihui forget the pain of his dislocated jaw. His speech became smooth. "Zhua Shang, you're just a sea of consciousness, realm deacon. Do you think you're so great to be his disciple? You don't have the qualifications to mention master in front of me." Lin Tian was disdainful. He was led into the sect by an old drunkard. Previously, in the imperial city, he had heard the beautiful woman mention how powerful an old drunkard was. He was not inferior to the grand elder of the Burning Sun sect. This Lu Zihui actually used a sea of consciousness, realm, deacon, to threaten him. It was really ridiculous. Staring at Lu Zihui, he said indifferently, "After killing you, it will be that old bastard Zhua Shang's turn. You want to kill me, so I'll kill you. It's very fair and very normal." Lin Tian was very calm. Saying this, the inner spirit sword chopped down. "No. Stop. Pooh." Blood splashed. Lu Zihui's head suddenly flew out. Chapter 221. Lu Zihui's body was lying on the ground, and the smell of blood floated in the air. Reading, gradually the roars of wild beasts sounded, getting closer and closer. Soon, in this slightly dim old forest, dozens of pairs of blood-red eyes lit up, flashing with a fierce light. Lin Tian glanced around, and the surrounding demonic aura was very dense. 8th-level demonic beasts. He muttered to himself. The surrounding demonic beasts were approaching, but he was not in a hurry. He squatted down and took the stone ring from Lu Zihui's right hand, and at the same time put the treasured saber into the stone ring. At this time, the demonic beasts had completely closed in. Roar! A 6th-level peak demonic beast waved its claws and slapped at Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi dodged, and at the same time, a Gale scroll appeared in his hand and disappeared without a trace. After losing Lin Tian's figure, many demonic beasts roared and stared at Lu Zihue's body. For demonic beasts, this was food. Suddenly, demonic beasts began to fight over it. At this time, Lin Tian had already arrived at an old tree 10 feet away. He glanced indifferently in front of him, watching Lu Zihue's body being eaten by the demonic beasts, and even his head not far away was swallowed by a 7th-level demonic beast. A faint light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and he flashed away, leaving this place far away. About a quarter of an hour later, he arrived at a cave 3,000 feet away from the edge of the demon's ceiling gorge. There weren't any extremely terrifying demon beasts in this area. The highest level here was only at the 6th level, which was nothing to him. Let's see what's in Lu Zihue's stone ring. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Shirmu took out Lu Zihue's stone ring and found that there were a lot of spirit coins, long blades, beast cores, and so on inside. However, these were not important. What really caught his attention was that there were more than 30 accumulation spirit pills and more than 60 fortifying pills in the stone ring. It seems that Zhou Yang and the others have contributed a lot of pills to Lu Zihue. Lin Tianling smiled, staring at the 30 over pills. Lin Tian's eyes suddenly flickered with a bright light. The divine accumulation pellet was a treasure that could strengthen the essence, qi, and spirit. It was very useful for condensing the sea of consciousness. His cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the 9th level of the divine vein realm, and he was only a little bit away from the peak. Once he reached the peak, he believed that he could enter the sea of consciousness realm with the help of dozens of divine accumulation pellets. With my current cultivation, I'm definitely not a match for Zuoshang when I return to the sect. I can't even contend with him. However, as long as I reach the sea of consciousness realm, the situation will be different. Even if my combat strength is still inferior to Zuoshang's, I'll be able to protect myself. Moreover, I killed Lu Zihue. If I return like this, I may not be able to avoid punishment. However, if I return to the sect after reaching the sea of consciousness realm, the situation will be different. The sect will probably look at me more highly. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Tian's eyes shone even brighter. He decided to cultivate to the sea of consciousness realm before returning to the sect. Now that he had dozens of divine accumulation pellets, it would take him at most half a month to reach the sea of consciousness realm. Immediately, Lin Tian walked out of the cave without hesitation. Soon after, he found a secluded and quiet place. He opened a few spirit-gathering tattoos and began to cultivate. His cultivation was still at the mid-stage of the 9th level of the divine vein realm. He needed to reach the peak of the divine vein realm before taking the divine accumulation pellet to help him condense the sea of consciousness quickly. Buzz! A faint silver glow lingered on the surface of Lin Tian's body. The 9 divine veins in his body became more and more full. At the same time, in the Burning Sun sect, Zuoshang walked out from his closed-door cultivation, and he immediately received a report from the disciple guarding the door that Lin Tian had actually tried to kill Lu Zihue in the demon's ceiling gorge. He was instantly enraged, and he led over 10 disciples to the demon's ceiling gorge before starting to search for traces of Lin Tian and Lu Zihue. After more than 2 hours, Zuoshang came to the demon's ceiling gorge, which was more than 80,000 feet away. This was the place where Lu Zihue had died. Lu Zihue's corpse had already been eaten. However, there were still quite a few pieces of flesh and blood on the ground, as well as some pieces of clothing. Based on this, Zuoshang was certain that these pieces of flesh and blood belonged to Lu Zihue. Lu Zihue was dead. In an instant, Zuoshang was extremely angry. His face became a little ferocious, and the killing intent in his eyes soared. There were 3 young men beside Lu Zihue. They were the 3 people who had followed Lu Zihue before. They were all ranked in the top 10 of the outer disciples. However, at this moment, looking at the blood, flesh, and cloth on the ground, all three of them turned pale. Search for him. You must find that little bastard. Zhuoshang roared. He was the one who had introduced Lu Zihui to the sect and nurtured him frequently. That was why Lu Zihui had become the top disciple in the outer disciples. Soon, he would become an inner disciple. At that time, he would take Lu Zihui as his disciple and nurture him more carefully. But now, Lu Zihui had been killed like this. This was a slap to his face. The three young men trembled and immediately spread out to search for Lin Tian's whereabouts. However, until the evening of the second day, the group did not find anything and had to return helplessly. After that, the news of Lu Zihui's death by Lin Tiansha spread like wildfire, causing all the outer disciples to be shocked. Lin Tian, Su Feng's heart palpitated. Lin Tian had killed Lu Zihui in the Demon Sealing Gorge. This was a big deal. At the same time, a day and a night had passed, and Lin Tian still had not returned. Su Feng was also worried. In the duty hall, this little guy is really... No wonder he was sent back by that lord. Pu An's eyes were full of helplessness. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In the Demon Sealing Gorge, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in an extremely secluded place. The aura on his body was extremely powerful, and it had increased a little compared to 10 days ago. After another hour, Lin Tian opened his eyes slowly. I've reached the peak of the divine range, he muttered to himself. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Tian calmed himself down and then took out a few small jade bottles. Inside were the soul-accumulating pills. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the divine range, he could rely on the soul-accumulating pills to condense his sea of consciousness. Placing the soul-accumulating pills in front of him, Lin Tian took another deep breath until another quarter of an hour passed. He opened a small jade bottle. The soul-accumulating pills were about the size of a thumb. They were purple-gold in color and did not have any smell. Without hesitation, Lin Tian took out a soul-accumulating pill, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it slowly. At first, he did not feel anything when the soul-accumulating pill entered his stomach. However, after dozens of breaths, Lin Tianji felt his stomach become warm. The 9 divine veins in his body vibrated at the same time, and his pores could not help but open up. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. The soul-accumulating pill had begun to take effect. At this moment, Lin Tian did not hesitate and quickly operated his 4 extremes meridians. After dozens of breaths, he felt a little light on the 9 divine veins rushing towards his sea of consciousness. Although it was very slow, there was indeed light. The light was rushing towards his sea of consciousness. It was a feeling towards his own body. Buzz. Bits of silver light lingered on the surface of his body. Then, Lin Tian felt a little heat between his eyebrows. Is this the process of condensing one sea of consciousness? Lin Tianwei was shocked. He knew that when a cultivator reached the peak of the divine range, he would gather the power of the 9 divine veins and open up a sea of consciousness in his head. The location of this sea of consciousness was roughly between his eyebrows. Now, combined with his current situation, he knew that his sea of consciousness was beginning to condense little by little. Thinking about it this way, the soul-accumulating pill was indeed very valuable. The heat between his eyebrows lasted for a short while and gradually cooled down. Lin Tian felt that the 9 divine veins had calmed down and was slightly stunned. But soon he understood that the soul-accumulating pill had exhausted its effect. After all, it was impossible for a single soul-accumulating pill to help him condense a complete sea of consciousness. Immediately, he swallowed 10 divine pills in a row and began to cultivate again. Buzz. Light intertwined on the surface of his body, and his aura became more vigorous and condensed. At this moment, Lin Tian felt that the 9 divine veins in his body were almost boiling, and the heat between his eyebrows began to rise. Vaguely, he noticed a little light spot between his eyebrows. Although it was very small, it was very bright. Noticing this, Lin Tian could not help but feel excited. As time went by, Lin Tian's aura became stronger, and the light between his eyebrows became brighter and bigger. Vaguely, Lin Tian felt that there were sounds of wind and thunder in his mind, as if there were bolts of lightning striking down. Moreover, during this process, he felt that his perception of his surroundings had become extremely clear. The condensation of the sea of consciousness was very smooth. Continue. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In addition to the soul-accumulating pills that he had snatched from Zhou Yang and the others, Lin Tian now had a total of 50 soul-accumulating pills, which was more than a year's supply for an ordinary outer disciple. At this moment, he did not hesitate and swallowed another 30 soul-accumulating pills in a row. Immediately, he circulated the 4 extreme scriptures even faster. Boom! Suddenly, as if a flood had broken out in his body, there were bursts of roars in his body. The 9 divine veins in his body were almost burning at this moment. Lin Tian circulated the 4 extremes scriptures crazily, and he felt that his body was boiling. At the same time, he felt that something was squeezing into his mind, as if his head was going to explode. At this moment, the spot between his eyebrows became even brighter, and he could vaguely see lightning intertwining there. Buzz! The dazzling light wrapped around his body bit by bit. Lin Tian felt his head swell up more and more, as if someone was using a heavy hammer to pound on his skull. There were waves of dizziness and pain, but he did not care. He clenched his teeth and held on. During this process, he felt that there seemed to be a raging fire burning between his eyebrows, which was getting hotter and hotter. Time went by, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had sat there for a day and a night, circulating the 4 extremes scriptures crazily. He relied on the soul-accumulating pills to gather the power of the 9 divine veins to condense the sea of consciousness. It was night time, and the stars in the sky were twinkling, casting silver light on the earth. Boom! At this moment, a majestic force spread out from Lin Tian's body, forming a shocking hurricane that swept up the fallen leaves. At the same time, the spot between his eyebrows shone brightly like a sky lantern, illuminating a large area around him. End of chapter. Chapter 222. Waves of tyrannical aura spread outwards. Lin Tian stood up and felt that his strength had increased by more than 10 times in an instant. The true yuan in his body was rolling like the Yellow River. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he felt that everything in the world had changed. In the past, he saw flowers as flowers and grass as grass, but now he could see traces of strange liquid flowing inside the flowers and grass. He swept his gaze to one side. His surroundings were clearly pitch black, and his vision was pitch black. However, in his mind, the scene of ants crawling on the ground appeared more than 30 meters ahead of him. Finally, with a thought, he could see through his own body. His internal organs, blood flow, true yuan flow, everything could be seen. This is the sea of consciousness realm. This is the divine sense. Lin Tianwei was shocked. Between his eyebrows, there was still a bit of light. Lin Tianji felt that his perception had become hundreds of times stronger in an instant. This divine sense perception was 10 times stronger and sharper than the perception of soul power. At this time, he could even hear the sound of flying insects flapping their wings more than 10 feet away. Lin Tian clenched his fists. He could clearly feel that his physical body had become many times stronger. It was as if there was an inexhaustible amount of energy in his body. At this moment, if he were to fight Lu Zihui again, he even felt that he would only need a single sword strike to kill his opponent. Taking a deep breath, after 10 breaths, Lin Tian finally calmed down. Use the spirit fortifying pill to consolidate the sea of consciousness realm, he said to himself. Saying this, he sat down cross-legged again, swallowed 10 spirit fortifying pills, and began to sort out his true yuan and realm. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. It's been more than 10 days, and he still hasn't come back. Su Feng came to Lin Tian's residence, looked inside, and shook his head. In these 10 days, Su Feng would come to Lin Tian's residence from time to take a look. However, after more than 10 days, he still did not see Lin Tian come back. He even thought that Lin Tian might have escaped after killing Lu Zihui, and he might never see him again. Glancing at Lin Tian's residence again, Su Feng sighed and turned to leave. Duty Hall, Pu and narrowed his eyes and looked outside the duty hall. The disciple that's sent back, no matter how you look at it, shouldn't be a coward. Speaking of which, what is that little guy doing now? He shouldn't have died, right? After more than 10 days, the matter of Lin Tiansha killing Lu Zihui in the Burning Sun sect had not been forgotten and still maintained a certain degree of popularity. After all, Lin Tianyi had not returned to the sect, and Zuoshang had always been angry and murderous. So in the past 10 days, many sect disciples had been discussing this matter from time to time. Speaking of which, that Lin Tian is really something. Exactly. Among the tens and hundreds of generations of new disciples in the sect, who is as abnormal as that guy? Many people muttered. As soon as Lin Tian came to the sect, he beat up Zhou Yang and the other for who often snatched pills from the same sect. Later, the number 1 outer disciple, Lu Zihui, came to find trouble, but was invited to the life and death arena. Although Lu Zihui saved his life on the life and death arena with the help of Zuoshang, he was still killed by Lin Tian in the Demon Sealing Gorge. How could these people not be surprised? More than 10 days have passed. That Lin Tian seems to have not returned. After all, Lu Zihui is a sea of knowledge expert, the number 1 outer disciple, and can be regarded as an elite of the sect. Killing Lu Zihui is a big deal, not to mention the punishment from the sect. Zuoshang alone will not let him go. If a deacon wants to kill an ordinary outer disciple, the sect will not care at all. Someone muttered. This was the Demon Sealing Gorge. Usually, many sect disciples gathered here because people often went to the Demon Sealing Gorge to cultivate. If that's the case, could it be that Lin Tian fled? This is very likely. After all, killing Lu Zihui is a big deal. Of course, it's also possible that he was injured in the battle with Lu Zihui, and after killing Lu Zihui, he died in the mouth of a monster. Well, that's indeed possible. In short, we probably won't see that Lin Tian again in the future. Many people shook their heads. At this moment, in the old forest in the distance, a young man walked out. Under the scorching sun, the young man's face seemed a little blurry. This person looks very familiar. Someone noticed him. He put his right hand on his forehead to block some of the sun and stared at him seriously. Immediately, this person's expression suddenly changed. Someone next to him noticed this person's expression and looked over in confusion. His expression also changed abruptly. After that, more and more people looked over and all of them were moved. It's that Lin Tian? He actually came back. Many people's hearts palpitated. The young man was naturally Lin Tian. After he'd attained the Sea of Consciousness realm, he'd spent a few days in the Demon Sealing Gorge, using core strengthening pills to sort out his true essence and stabilize his Sea of Consciousness realm cultivation. He only left after he'd consumed all the core strengthening pills. Now, his cultivation was at the first level of the Sea of Consciousness realm, and his true essence was abundant and vigorous, much stronger than before. Taking gentle steps, Lin Tianyi walked step by step to the bottom of the Demon Sealing Gorge. When they saw Lin Tian approaching, everyone in the surroundings moved aside in unison, automatically opening up a path for him. Lin Tian had long been accustomed to this kind of scene, so he didn't care at all. He came to the bottom of the Demon Sealing Gorge, grabbed a chain, and quickly climbed to the top, disappearing from everyone's sight. He actually dares to come back? Really, isn't he courting death? If it were me, I would definitely not come back. However, the aura on his body is so calm, like an ordinary person. I have the same feeling. Did something happen to this guy? I saw his battle before, and his aura was very fierce. Many people muttered. At this time, Lin Tian had already walked far away. He stepped into the sect and walked towards his residence. Along the way, some of the sect's disciples who saw him were all shocked and shocked. Although he hadn't been in the sect for long, his fame had spread far and wide, and there weren't many people who didn't know him. This ruthless person actually dares to come back. Awesome. Domineering. I'm afraid the sect won't let him go so easily, right? Let's not talk about the sect first. If Zuishang knows about this, he will definitely be the first to go to the sect. Many people muttered. These people's voices were very soft, but Lin Tian had reached the sea of consciousness realm, so he naturally heard these people's conversation very clearly. He didn't care about this. Following the familiar path, he quickly arrived at his residence. Walking into the room, his eyes suddenly focused. The room was in a mess, and all the tables and chairs were destroyed. Obviously, someone was venting their anger in his room. Moreover, he hadn't come back for more than 10 days, so there was a lot of dust in the room. Lin Tian glanced at it and began to tidy it up. Lin Tian. A voice sounded outside the door, and it was slightly surprised. A young man walked in. It was Su Feng. After hearing the news that Lin Tian had returned, Su Feng immediately rushed over. Seeing Su Feng, Lin Tian smiled slightly. Senior brother, long time no see. Su Feng was a good person, and he had a good impression of him. Su Feng stared at the broom in Lin Tian's hand, then glanced at the room and said, "Well, after Deaconswa learned that you killed Lu Zihui, he went to the demon's sealing grounds to hunt you down. After that, he came to the room to look for you, and then—" At this point, Su Feng continued. "I understand." Lin Tian nodded. He could more or less guess who had destroyed the things in the house. Su Feng stared at Lin Tian and was slightly worried. "Junior brother, can you contact that lord? I'm afraid this matter will be a little troublesome. If that lord doesn't appear, you may." Su Feng knew Lin Tian's background because he had seen the letter written by an old drunkard. Now, Lin Tian had killed Lu Zihui, an elite of the sect. Both the sect and Zuishang would punish him severely, but Su Feng believed that as long as an old drunkard appeared, Lin Tian's safety would be guaranteed. "I can't find him." Lin Tian shook his head. He naturally understood Su Feng's meaning. Then why did you come back? Why didn't you hide for a few more days, or not come back at all? Now, Su Feng was slightly anxious. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Su Feng felt that Lin Tian was a good person. Not only was he strong, but he was also upright and plain-spoken. Now that Lin Tian was about to face the sect's punishment and Zuishang's difficulties, he was naturally anxious for Lin Tian. Lin Tian understood Su Feng's intentions, and he was somewhat grateful. "Senior brother, don't worry too much. I'll be fine," Lin Tian said. Then, in the next moment, a faint light flashed in his eyes. He tilted his head and glanced outside the house. "A guest is coming." As he spoke, he smiled faintly at Su Feng, put the broom aside, and walked out. Su Feng was somewhat puzzled. He followed Lin Tian out of the house, but when he saw the scene in front of him, his expression changed slightly. There, Zuishang and a few youths quickly walked over. Oh no! Su Feng was anxious. Although he knew that Zuishang would come to make trouble for Lin Tian, he didn't expect it to be so soon. In the blink of an eye, Zuishang had arrived. "Little bastard, how dare you come back?" Zuishang's eyes were cold. Staring at Lin Tian, Zuishang didn't hide his killing intent at all. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He looked at Zuishang and said, "Didn't your parents teach you what manners are?" Hearing this, the three youths behind Zuishang were shocked. They secretly thought that Lin Tian was too bold. "You're courting death." Zuishang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he slapped Lin Tian. This slap was powerful and heavy, causing the air to howl. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and punched out. Bang! The fist and palm collided. A muffled sound exploded, as if someone was beating a drum. Lin Tian stood on the spot without moving, and Zhuo Shang didn't move as well. However, this scene caused everyone to be shocked. He blocked the palm of a fifth heavenly layer expert? Su Feng was shocked. Chapter 223. Zhuo Shang was visibly moved. Even though he hadn't utilized his full strength in that palm strike, he hadn't held back at all. Yet now, it had actually been blocked by a new young disciple, and this caused him to instantly feel like he'd lost a great deal of face, causing him to feel even more furious. How dare you fight back? Zhuo Shang shouted angrily and stepped toward Lin Tian. Su Feng was shocked and said, "Deacon, you can't." Lin Tian was expressionless. He gently pushed Su Feng away and took the initiative to meet him. Buzz! The air vibrated. He waved his iron fist and smashed it directly. With a bang, his fist collided with Zhuo Shang's palm again, making a shocking roar. Zhuo Shang was caught off guard. Under Lin Tian's violent meteorite fist, he took a step back and felt a slight pain in his arm. Meteorite fist? Zhuo Shang's eyes were cold. As a deacon of the Burning Sun sect, Zhuo Shang was familiar with the meteorite fist, a fist technique that attacked the outside and injured the inside. Lin Tianyi didn't say a word. He took a step forward and took the initiative to press forward. This time he waved the shadow fire fist and punched out a sky full of fist shadows. How dare you show off your insignificant skill in front of me? Zhuo Shang flicked his sleeve and shattered all the fist shadows. The two of them fought in this place and made a lot of noise. It immediately attracted the attention of all the sect disciples. Then, when they saw the scene, their faces changed. Lin Tian, the new disciple who killed the number 1 disciple of the outer sect, came back and fought with a deacon of the sect. Many people trembled. Many people shook their heads, thinking that Lin Tian was finished this time. After all, Zhuo Shang was at the 5th level of the spiritual sea. As more and more onlookers gathered, Zhuo Shang's eyes became colder and colder. Evil creature, surrender. Surrender? What kind of law are you? Lin Tian said indifferently. Such an attitude naturally made Zhuo Shang's coldness more intense. Then I'll kill you directly, Zhuo Shang said. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying saber aura rushed out of Zhuo Shang's body, shaking a terrifying gale. So strong. This is an expert at the 5th level of the spiritual sea. His aura is too terrifying. Deacon Zhuo also cultivates the 7-blade techniques. He has already cultivated it to the great accomplishment stage. It's very terrifying, someone whispered. At this time, Zhuo Shang had already closed in on Lin Tian with a single step and chopped down with his hand. The first layer of the 7 absolute saber techniques, formless saber. I've seen Lu Zihui use it before. It's terrifying. An outer court disciple exclaimed. At this moment, Zhuo Shang was not holding a blade, but his palm had already turned into a sharp blade. A chop from his hand was enough to shatter iron and stone. Lin Tian's expression was cold and indifferent. He took a step back with his left foot and spun with his right foot. His body moved to the right, barely avoiding Zhuo Shang's attack. At the same time, his hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Zhuo Shang's wrist as his left fist viciously punched out. This series of actions was completed in one go, like moving clouds and flowing water, causing everyone to be moved. He blocked Deacon Zhuo's invisible blade and can even fight back. What smooth movements! How did this guy do it? Many people felt their hearts palpitate. Su Feng stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. Was Lin Tian really that strong? At this moment, Zhuo Shang's expression changed slightly. He had never expected that Lin Tian could block the first blade of the 7 absolute saber techniques with his cultivation at the 5th sky of the Sea of Consciousness. That action made his heart throb. When he was at this age and cultivation level, it was impossible for him to reach such a level. Zhuo Shang's expression turned even colder. It's a pity for a talent like you. A violent force rushed out. Zhuoshang shook off Lin Tian, and a long saber appeared in his hand. The sound of the saber reverberated. A top-grade treasure weapon. Deacon Zhua is using a saber. Someone was shocked. Zhuoshang had cultivated the 7 absolute saber techniques. Now that he had taken out a treasure weapon, coupled with his cultivation at the 5th sky of the Sea of Consciousness, how terrifying was that? Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a wave of his right hand, the heart-spirit sword appeared. His right hand shook, and suddenly the ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated, covering the sound of Zhuoshang's saber. Such a scene naturally caused many disciples to be shocked. A supreme treasure. It's a treasure sword. Unfortunately, Deacon's cultivation base is too high. Lin Tian can't block it at all. Sigh. Many people could not help but shake their heads as they looked at Lin Tian. Zhuoshang stared at the heart-spirit sword in Lin Tian's hand. A dark light flashed in his eyes. He said, "It was this sword that took Zihue's life." "Very good. Today, I'll kill you and place this sword in front of Zihue's tombstone to pay tribute to his spirit in heaven. If you want to snatch it, just say so. Why do you have to be so pretentious? You're an eyesore." Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. Zhuoshang's saber aura was extremely terrifying, but he still appeared calm. Zhuoshang's eyes turned cold as he slashed with his saber. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the saber reverberated in the air. A visible energy saber slashed through the air as if it was going to shatter space. Lin Tian raised the heart-spirit sword and blocked the attack. With a clang, the heart-spirit sword collided with Zhuoshang's energy saber. A majestic force surged and instantly blasted him dozens of feet away. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhuoshang instantly flashed over and slashed with his saber again. Lin Tian unleashed the azure thunder sword. Lightning flashed and crackled. However, Zhuoshang's energy saber was too terrifying. Lin Tian's lightning sword was shattered on the spot. After that, the energy saber pressed forward without slowing down, causing Lin Tian to retreat dozens of steps before he could block the energy saber. "You do have some ability. Let's see how long you can last," Zhuoshang said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuoshang's energy saber became even more terrifying, forcing Lin Tian to retreat step by step. He seemed to be in a sorry state. As expected, when Deacon Zhuoshang gets serious, that person can't hold on at all. Nonsense. No matter what, he's still a deacon of the sect. His cultivation is at the 5th heavenly layer. If a new disciple can withstand the attack of a deacon, then what's the point of the sect? However, this Lin Tian is more or less a pity. At least he's far stronger than Lu Zihue. Someone sighed. Su Feng stared at the scene. His face was full of anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. Clang! 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 The sound of the saber and sword colliding echoed. In the field, Lin Tian was forced to retreat step by step. He was in a sorry state. However, his expression was calm and indifferent. This guy is so strange. Someone noticed this and could not help but frown. He felt that something was strange, or rather, strange. How could a person who was forced into such a sorry state be so calm? Bang! Another slash. Lin Tian was sent flying more than 70 feet away. His feet rubbed against the ground, leaving 2 clear marks. Zhuoshang walked forward step by step. The light on his saber grew brighter. It's about time. You can sleep under the saber. A cold voice came from Zhuoshang's mouth. Suddenly, a terrifying saber aura appeared, causing the hearts of many onlookers to tremble. The 5th saber of the 7 absolute saber techniques. Deacon Zhua used the 5th saber on a new outer disciple. That's too much. Many people shrank their necks. However, Zhuoshang's saber would not become dull or merciful because of these people's discussions. With a terrifying saber sound, Zhuoshang slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, Su Feng could not help but shout. Lin Tian's expression was still calm as the long saber slashed at him. This saber might be terrifying to others, but he could clearly see the trajectory of the saber and catch its next movement point. It turns out that you're not as powerful as I thought. You're just SO. Hearing this, many onlookers were shocked. How could he say such big words at this time? However, in the next moment, a powerful aura suddenly spread out. The aura on Lin Tian's body suddenly became terrifying. It was as if he was a completely different person from before. Moreover, at this moment, his figure suddenly became blurry. The crowd only saw a flash of lightning and fire, and in an instant blood splattered. "Damn it, you!" Zhuoshang roared. The crowd stared ahead and saw that Zhuoshang's saber had been knocked away. There was a deep sword wound on his chest. "Good dodge. Your reaction is quite fast," Lin Tian said indifferently. At this moment, a little light shone between his eyebrows. Faintly, there seemed to be lightning intertwining. This is Sea of Consciousness. Impossible. The crowd was shocked. Light shone between the eyebrows. This was clearly a characteristic of an expert who had reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. Su Feng stared ahead and could not help but widen his eyes. Lin Tian had reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. "You hid your cultivation." Zhuoshang's expression was not good. His face was frighteningly gloomy. He had always thought that Lin Tianji was in the Divine Pulse realm. After taking out the treasured saber, he did not care about Lin Tian and completely let down his guard. He did not expect that Lin Tian had reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. He actually launched a surprise attack at this time and directly injured him. Lin Tian stared at Zhuoshang, and his expression turned cold. "After attacking for so long, it's my turn!" Clang! An ear-piercing sword sound rang out. His eyebrows shone brightly. His figure flashed and arrived in front of Zhuoshang. Slash! A cold voice rang out, accompanied by an icy killing intent and a terrifying sword aura. At this moment, Lin Tian released his divine sense and displayed the Thunderfire sword. He slashed out terrifying sword light from various tricky angles. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have turned into a Thunderfire storm, forcing Zhuoshang to retreat. Oh my God, Zhuoshang, the deacon of the sect, was actually suppressed by an outer disciple for a short time? What the hell? Staring at this scene, the crowd was so shocked that their jaws almost fell. In the distance, the three young men who came with Zhuoshang turned pale and could not help but tremble. "Bastard!" An angry roar rang out. Zhuoshang shouted. An even more terrifying saber aura rushed out and disintegrated Lin Tian's sword aura. He escaped, staring at Lin Tian again. Zhuoshang's eyes were terrifying and full of killing intent. "I'll use you to practice today. After a few days, when I reach the third layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm, I'll send you to reunite with Lu Zihui," Lin Tianling said. Chapter 224. Lin Tian was actually very clear in his heart. Although he had now stepped into the Sea of Consciousness stage and did not fear Zhuoshang, he did not have the slightest hope of defeating Zhuoshang. After all, the difference between the two was a full 4 small stages. But even so, he still wanted to fight. Although he couldn't kill Zhuoshang, it was enough to embarrass him. Clang! Another Thunderfire sword. Thunder and fire intertwined and slashed in all directions. The air whistled. Zhuoshang dodged the sword, but an old tree behind him was directly cut into pieces. At this moment, Lin Tian had approached him again. Slash! Another word was blurted out, and the Thunderfire sword fell from the sky. The violent sword and the terrifying power of thunder and fire intertwined, causing Zhuoshang's expression to change. "Damn it!" With a roar, Zhuoshang activated an even more terrifying saber light and swept it across. After all, Zhuoshang was a powerful existence in the Sea of Consciousness 5th layer. Such a saber light was naturally terrifying. Boom! The saber light and sword light collided, and a terrifying hurricane immediately spread out. Lin Tian's face was cold, and his eyes began to emit battle intent. His divine sense spread out, capturing Zhuoshang's every movement. Then he targeted Zhuoshang's movements and slashed out saber light one after another, each aimed at a vital point. Clang! 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 The sound of the saber light and sword light collided. Lin Tian's saber light was so terrifying that it forced Zhuoshang to retreat from time to time. That Lin Tian actually forced Deacon Zhuoshang to such a point. Demon! Demon! Many disciples' hearts palpitated. Zhuoshang's expression naturally became extremely unsightly when he heard these voices. He, a dignified deacon of the sect, had actually been forced to continuously take a few tens of steps back by an outer court disciple that had just entered the sect. This was simply an enormous humiliation. Enough! With a roar, Zhuoshang's face became extremely gloomy. With a boom, Zhuoshang's forehead lit up with a bright light. Obviously, he also displayed his divine sense. At the same time, Zhuoshang held the saber light with both hands. An extreme chill spread out, and the entire saber light was instantly enveloped in a layer of dark light. Could it be the last move of the 7 blade techniques? He actually used this move. Everyone's expression changed. Many people even retreated, afraid that they would be affected by this terrifying saber force. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he finally felt a trace of threat. That slash was terrifying. Clang! His right hand gripped the inner spirit sword tightly. The thunder flame, sword radiance, was pushed to the limit. His entire body was enveloped by the light of the thunder flame. Instantly, a terrifying sword intent surged up, sweeping up gusts of violent wind. Zhuoshang, enough! Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Not far away, an old man walked out. It was Pu, and seeing Pu and walking over, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange light, but he remained calm and collected. Zhuoshang's expression turned ugly as he said with a cold face, "Puin, you're here to stop me again. Get out of the way." As he spoke, Zhuoshang's aura became even more terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. If Zhuoshang attacked with this kind of power, it might be very troublesome for him. You're a dignified deacon, but you've attacked a sect disciple twice. Don't you feel ashamed? Puin said. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked and looked at Lin Tian with some surprise. Puin obviously wanted to protect Lin Tian. He killed a fellow disciple. As a deacon, what's wrong with me suppressing him? Zhuoshang said coldly. Puin said indifferently. That day, Lu Zihui went to find trouble with him and was invited to the life and death arena. The sect has rules that once on the life and death arena, life and death are up to fate. Originally, Lu Zihui should have died at that time, but you broke the rules and stopped him, saving Lu Zihui's life. He killed Lu Zihui in the Demon Sealing Gorge, which can be regarded as a continuation of the battle that day. Since he left the life and death arena, how can he continue the battle that day? He killed a fellow disciple, and the one he killed was Lu Zihui, the #1 disciple of the outer sect. He killed an elite of the sect. Such a traitor should be executed. Even if this matter is reported to the elders and the sect master, the answer will be the same as mine. He will be executed, Zhuoshang said. As he spoke, Zhuoshang took a step forward and directly approached Lin Tian. Puin's face flashed a trace of disdain. Lu Zihui, the #1 disciple of the outer sect? When he was defeated in the life and death arena, he was no longer the #1 disciple of the outer sect. A sea of consciousness cultivator was defeated by a divine vein cultivator, and he has the nerve to call himself an elite of the sect? In addition, everyone knows what kind of trash that Lu Zihui is. You should also have some face. Speaking of this, Puin said again, as for your so-called report to the elders and the sect master, Are you trying to scare Lin Tian or deceive yourself? A 16-year-old boy can kill a sea of consciousness cultivator in the divine vein realm. Now that he has stepped into the sea of consciousness realm, his combat strength has greatly increased, far surpassing before. To put it bluntly, but it is very practical. Do you think the sect will execute a peerless genius with a boundless future for a dead trash like Lu Zihui? You. Zuoshang was angry, and his face suddenly sank. Pu coldly snorted. Being shameless once is enough. Don't do it a second time. As a deacon of the sect, even I feel ashamed for you. In addition, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't take yourself too seriously, and don't take others seriously. If you want to touch him, even the sect master himself has to weigh the pros and cons. Who do you think you are? Pu was very clear about Lin Tian's origin. Who would dare to touch a disciple sent back by that person? A mere outer sect disciple. The sect master has to weigh the pros and cons? Don't be an alarmist. Zuoshang sneered. Pu An's eyes flashed with a touch of sarcasm as he said, In short, if I ask you to stop, then I will immediately report the ins and outs of this matter to the sect master. Let's see if the sect master will forgive him or kill him. Zuoshang's face suddenly sank. After killing him, I will report to the sect master. Save it. Don't forget that I am a little higher than you. Can you beat me? Pu said. Suddenly, Zuoshang's face became even uglier as he glared at Pu. Then, Zuoshang tilted his head and stared at Lin Tian. I'll let you live a little longer. Lin Tianlung smiled. What a coincidence, I think so too. I'll let you live a little longer. He raised the heart-spirit sword and pointed it at Zuoshang. Many onlookers were shocked, only thinking that Lin Tian was too strong, too bold. Zuoshang's face became extremely gloomy. Almost dripping water and killing intent surged in his eyes. Staring at Lin Tian, he clenched his fists, but in the end he flicked his sleeves and left. He knew very well that with Pu En's protection, he couldn't kill Lin Tian at this time. Moreover, if he reported this to the sect master, the result would be the same as what Pu En said. Lin Tian would definitely not be executed. The sect would not execute a genius disciple with a boundless future just for the dead Lu Zihui. In the blink of an eye, Zuoshang left, disappearing from everyone's sight. The three young men who came with Zuoshang trembled and quickly left. This, all around, the onlookers' hearts trembled. The sect's deacon, Zuoshang, came with anger, but from beginning to end, he didn't gain the slightest advantage. First, he was injured by Lin Tian, and then he was forced to retreat by Pu En. This made everyone's expression strange. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed that Zuoshang was looking for a beating. Everyone, do what you need to do. Disperse. Pu En said. The crowd paused and immediately scattered, no one daring to disobey the sect's deacon's order. Soon, the people around him dispersed. Lin Tian put away the heart-spirit sword, came in front of Pu En and bowed, saying, Thank you for your help, Senior. Don't mention it. Even if I didn't do it, I'm afraid Zuoshang couldn't kill you now. Pu En waved his hand and smiled. But this little guy really surprised me. In such a short time, he has reached the sea of knowledge level. I've never seen a 16-year-old sea of knowledge cultivator. I'll be 17 soon. Lin Tian said with a smile. There was still half a month before he would be 17 years old. I've never seen a 17-year-old sea of knowledge cultivator. Pu En shook his head. In short, thank you, Senior. Lin Tian said seriously. Pu En didn't say much, patted Lin Tian on the shoulder and left. Lin Tian, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Su Feng came up to him, surprised and happy. Su Feng never expected that Lin Tian had reached the sea of knowledge level and could temporarily contend with the sect's deacon, Zuoshang. Lin Tian smiled. In the demon ceiling gorge, I was lucky to reach the sea of knowledge level. How can this kind of thing be lucky? Su Feng shook his head and said, "By the way, let me help you tidy up the house." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble senior brother," Lin Tian said with a smile. Su Feng was very enthusiastic, and he really couldn't refuse his kindness. Soon, the two of them tidied up the house together. At this time, the sky had already darkened. "You can mention the destroyed tables and chairs in the duty hall later. Someone will send new tables and chairs," Su Feng said. Lin Tian nodded. "Yes, thank you for the reminder, senior brother." "Okay, then I'll be leaving." After saying that, Su Feng didn't stay any longer and left. Lin Tian sent Su Feng out of the house, watched Su Feng walk away, and then closed the door. The sky was getting darker. Lin Tian took out a few spirit gathering runes, spread them out, and began to cultivate seriously. After entering the Burning Sun sect, he realized the importance of strength. If you were strong, you could ignore all the rules in this sect. If you were weak, you could die under the sword of others at any time. Therefore, he had to become stronger, and the strongest. Buzz! A faint silver light lingered around his body, and the spirit chi of heaven and earth and the power of stars surged together. Lin Tian felt that after his cultivation reached the sea of consciousness realm, his perception and ability to capture the spirit chi of heaven and earth had become much stronger. The so-called 9-star talent in the past had completely disappeared, or it could be said that it didn't have any effect at all. The effect of divine sense was enough to suppress this 9-star talent. Sure enough, as Jiyu's master said, 9-star talent is really a joke for experts above the sea of consciousness realm. Lin Tian thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and fell into cultivation again. Cultivation couldn't be slack at all. Soon, the sky gradually brightened. Lin Tianyi didn't sleep all night, but he still felt very energetic. He walked out of the door, did a quarter of an hour of breathing, and then walked to the east side of the sect. Now that he had reached the sea of consciousness realm, he was ready to go to the Star River Tower to cultivate. According to the message left by an old drunkard, the Star River Tower was a treasured place to hone one's divine sense, and it was very useful for sea of consciousness realm cultivation. Chapter 225. Reading on a mobile phone. The Celestial River Pagoda was located on the east side of the Burning Sun sect. When Lin Tian arrived at the location of the Celestial River Pagoda, he found that there were not many disciples around. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, only sea of consciousness realm cultivators could enter the Celestial River Pagoda. Among the hundreds of disciples in the Burning Sun sect, only about 30 had reached the sea of consciousness realm. Lin Tian looked up and saw that the Celestial River Pagoda was divided into 9 layers. Each layer was 10 feet high and had a purple-blue color. It seemed to be made of some kind of strange stone, giving off a majestic aura. 2 deacons stood guard in front of the Celestial River Pagoda. Lin Tian came close to the Celestial River Pagoda and explained his purpose to the 2 deacons before pushing open the door and walking in. As soon as he entered the pagoda, Lin Tian felt a sense of shock. Inside the dim, Celestial River Pagoda, the ceiling was not the usual stone hall, but a vast starry sky with twinkling stars and a full moon. It was as if he was standing under the Celestial River, giving off a very illusionary feeling. This is the Celestial River Pagoda that only sea of consciousness cultivators can enter. It really lives up to its reputation. Lin Tian was shocked. At this time, Lin Tian was on the first floor of the Celestial River Pagoda. Looking around, he saw about a dozen disciples on the first floor of the pagoda. All of them were inner sect disciples, each of them full of vitality. At this moment, all of them were sitting cross-legged on one side with a bright light shining between their eyebrows. Suddenly, Lin Tian's body trembled, and he could not help but take a step back. At this moment, an invisible and colorless force fell from the celestial river above, pressing down on him fiercely. Lin Tian looked up and could not help but feel moved. At this time he felt as if the celestial river pagoda was flowing, and the stars and the full moon were flashing with a strange light. This light was a bit dazzling, as if it was some kind of spiritual shock wave, causing his head to suddenly ache and creating illusions in front of him. Newcomer, protect yourself with your spiritual consciousness and resist the invisible attack force falling from the celestial river pagoda. When you can break through this attack force, you will be able to break through the first layer of the celestial river and reach the second floor of the celestial river pagoda. At that time, you will also step into the second layer of the sea of consciousness realm. A voice came from the side. Lin Tian tilted his head to look, only to see a beam of light disappear from that place, rushing into the galaxy above. Lin Tianwei was stunned for a moment before she understood. That light should belong to the person who warned me just now. According to what that person said, he should have stepped into the second floor of the celestial river pagoda. His cultivation should be at least at the second layer of the sea of consciousness realm. He thought to himself. After thinking about it, Lin Tian sat down cross-legged in the same place. With a thought, his glabella suddenly lit up, and an invisible spiritual awareness instantly surrounded and intertwined outside his body. Immediately after, Lin Tian sensed layers of transparent waves descending from the Milky Way, one wave after another pressing towards him. Is this the formless, offensive power from the Milky Way? It seems that if one wants to advance from the first floor of the celestial river pagoda to the second floor, they would have to use their spiritual consciousness to break through these waves, and then penetrate their spiritual consciousness into the celestial river above. Only then would they be able to enter the second floor of the celestial river pagoda. At that time, their spiritual consciousness would be honed to a certain degree, and their cultivation would then be able to step into the second layer of the celestial river pagoda. Lin Tian immediately understood. However, understanding it was one thing, and doing it was another. Lin Tian tried to use his spiritual awareness to attack these waves, but found that these waves were too heavy. His spiritual awareness could not break through them at all. Barely resisting the impact of these waves on his body was already his limit. This also made Lin Tian understand why only Sea of Consciousness cultivators could enter this place. It was because this kind of offensive power from the Milky Way could only be resisted by one's spiritual awareness. If one did not have spiritual awareness, they would most likely be crushed by this kind of offensive power. After understanding this, Lin Tian's glabella became even brighter. Vaguely, his entire body began to exude a gorgeous brilliance as his spiritual awareness wrapped around his body, resisting the impact of the waves falling from the Milky Way. During this process, his spiritual awareness was also undergoing the baptism and tempering of this kind of offensive power over and over again, slowly becoming stronger. However, this process was very slow. Lin Tian silently sat cross-legged in the Milky Way pagoda, constantly emitting his spiritual awareness. Gradually, 2 hours passed. At this time, the dozen or so disciples on the first floor of the Milky Way pagoda had already left, and even the disciples who entered later also walked out. It was difficult for them to withstand the power falling from the Milky Way. Only Lin Tian remained quietly in the Milky Way pagoda. Although his spiritual awareness had weakened a lot, he was still holding on. Very quickly, another 4 hours passed. During these 8 hours, Lin Tian constantly emitted his spiritual awareness, but now his spiritual awareness was somewhat exhausted. I'm almost at my limit, Lin Tian muttered to himself. After 10 breaths, Lin Tian stood up, glanced at the Milky Way above his head, and then left. Walking out of the Milky Way pagoda, Lin Tian felt a lot more relaxed. After a slight pause, he walked towards his residence. Tempering his divine sense for 8 hours was much more difficult than tempering his physique. He had to recuperate properly first, because if he continued to cultivate at this time, it would only yield half the result with twice the effort. Back at his residence, Lin Tian washed up a little and then lay down to rest. He slept all the way until the next morning. Early in the morning, Lin Tian woke up and suddenly felt a little different. His spiritual awareness had become much stronger. Is this the effect of the Milky Way pagoda? It's really extraordinary. Lin Tian Wei was shocked. After 8 hours of tempering and a night of recovery, he felt that his spiritual awareness had grown a lot stronger than before. In terms of cultivation, he had now crossed 1/10 of the first layer of his sea of consciousness. Crossing 1/10 of the first layer of his sea of consciousness in just 8 hours was quite amazing. Lin Tian took a deep breath, breathed in deeply, and entered the Milky Way pagoda again. Entering the celestial river pagoda for the second time, Lin Tian felt the pressure on him lessen significantly. Yesterday, he could barely use his spiritual energy to resist the attacks from the celestial river pagoda above him, but now he was able to push it a certain distance away. He had to admit that this was a very significant improvement. Continue. Lin Tian muttered to himself. His spiritual awareness continued to spread out, and this time, Lin Tian persisted in the pagoda for 10 hours. Time passed by, and the tempering of his spiritual awareness was very boring. Lin Tian went to the Milky Way pagoda every day to cultivate, and 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Lin Tian discovered that the further he progressed, the slower the growth of his spiritual awareness became. Now, 10 days later, he had only crossed 3/10 of the first layer of his sea of consciousness. At this rate, it will take me 2 months to reach the second layer of my sea of consciousness. Lin Tian muttered to himself. This speed might be normal for others, but for Lin Tian it was too slow. Shaking his head, Lin Tian thought to himself that he could not go on like this. On this day, after returning from the Milky Way pagoda, Lin Tian locked himself in his room and did not come out until the next morning. Over the night, Lin Tian carefully sorted out the things in his mind and finally found a method to improve the cultivation speed of his sea of consciousness. Array controlling technique. 4th order array pattern. Spirit refining rune. After the mysterious iron sword entered his body, there were many array patterns in his mind, but he had not sorted them out thoroughly. After all, the array patterns were too complicated. Finding the spirit refining rune in one night really surprised Lin Tian. It made him feel more and more extraordinary about the array controlling technique. He did not expect there to be such an array pattern that could improve the cultivation speed of one's spiritual awareness. However, after the surprise, he felt a little helpless because the materials for engraving the spirit refining rune were very troublesome. It required the blood essence of the 8th grade monster beast, the brain of the 7th grade monster beast, the moonlight bird, the brightening spirit stone, and the tranquil heart grass. Among them, the moonlight bird's brain was easy to find, as it could be found in the demon's sealing gorge. Although the level 8 origin bear was difficult to deal with his current cultivation, it was not impossible to kill it. Only the pure heart grass and the divine light stone were somewhat troublesome. They were difficult to find in the demon's sealing gorge, and he could not exchange for them in the sect. It seems that I can only go out and look for them. Having been in the sect for some time, Lin Tian had learned a lot about the surroundings. Thousands of miles away from the Burning Sun sect, there was an extremely ancient forest called the Setting Sun Mountain. It was similar to the Imperial City's Demon Beast Ridge, but it was far more vast than the Demon Beast Ridge. There were countless heavenly treasures and powerful monster beasts there. The tranquil heart grass and the brightening spirit stone could not be found in the demon's sealing gorge, but he had heard that there were many in the Setting Sun Mountain. As such, he could only go to the Setting Sun Mountain. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Tian took a deep breath under the morning sun. After washing up a little, he quickly arrived at the duty hall. Disciples of the sect could leave the sect 3 times a year, but each time they had to apply to the duty hall. Moreover, they had to return within a month each time. Otherwise, they would be regarded as betraying the sect and would be sentenced to death. Setting Sun Mountain? What are you going there for? Pu En was slightly puzzled, looking for something. Lin Tiandao, Puin nodded and did not ask what Lin Tian was looking for. He directly approved and made a record. Then Puin said, "Speaking of which, an ancient cultivator's tomb was discovered in the setting sun mountain. It has been quite lively recently. If you have time, you can go take a look. Maybe you can get some benefits from it." Ancient tomb? Benefits? Lin Tian was puzzled. Puin said, "Some cultivators who have reached the end of their lifespan will find a grave for themselves before they die, and bring all their treasures and cultivation methods into the grave. Therefore, there are often many good things in the grave of a cultivator. Of course, there are also all kinds of dangerous mechanisms. After all, no one wants their grave to be stolen in the future." Lin Tian was moved. So that was the case. "Thank you for your advice, Senior," he said. "No problem, Go. Pay attention to your safety, and remember one thing. No matter what, you must return within a month." Puin said. Lin Tian nodded and then left. Walking out of the duty hall, he soon came to the stone steps that led to the foot of the sect. Looking at the stone steps, Lin Tian could not help but feel a little dizzy. However, it was only for a moment, and he returned to normal. After all, when he used the tool controlling technique, he climbed to a height of 100 feet. Along the stone steps, Lin Tian quickly walked down. Although he controlled the tool controlling technique, he could not directly use it to leave the sect because the sect strictly prohibited this, saying that this practice was a great disrespect to the sect. Soon, Lin Tian followed the stone steps to the foot of the mountain. Let's go. Chapter 226. Reading on a mobile phone. The Sunset Mountain was located several thousand miles away from the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian used the tool control technique and spent about a day to reach the edge of the Sunset Mountain. Looking around, the Sunset Mountain was incomparably vast, with dozens of towering mountains and lush old trees. It's really magnificent, much bigger than the Demon's Ceiling Gorge. Lin Tian thought to himself. He was not surprised. After all, the Demon's Ceiling Gorge was just a territory of the Burning Sun sect. It was used as a training area for the sect's disciples. Such a training area naturally could not be compared to a real ancient forest, like the Sunset Mountain. It was not even 1/10 of the size of the Sunset Mountain, and the species of demonic beasts were much fewer. At this moment, there were many people gathered outside the Sunset Mountain. Most of them were rogue cultivators in the body refining realm and the divine vein realm. Do you have any friends who are alone? If you are alone, let's form a team and explore the Sunset Mountain together. Someone shouted. Lin Tian had seen this scene a long time ago outside the dark forest of Fengjian City, so he was not surprised. He looked around, found a small path, and flashed into the Sunset Mountain. As soon as Lin Tian entered the Sunset Mountain, he immediately felt that the air was filled with a shocking demonic aura. It was so dense that it was frightening. There must be a lot of level 9 demonic beasts here. Lin Tian thought. Level 9 demonic beasts were comparable to experts at the peak of the Sea of Knowledge. They were extremely dangerous. There were also moonlight birds and origin bears in the Sunset Mountain. Lin Tian obtained a rough distribution map of the demonic beasts in the Sunset Mountain from Puin. According to the map, demonic beasts like the moonlight bird were about 9,000 feet inside the Sunset Mountain, while the origin bear was 12,000 feet behind. As for the mind-cleansing grass and the divine lightstone, he had to rely on himself. Roar! Ao! He rushed into the depths of the Sunset Mountain. Along the way, the roars of demonic beasts continued. Lin Tian was attacked by dozens of demonic beasts. After spending about half an hour, he finally arrived at 9,000 feet from the edge of the Sunset Mountain. Most of the beasts in this area were level 7 demonic beasts. Their auras were extremely ferocious. Lin Tian searched for a long time before he found a lone moonlight bird, standing on the branch of an old tree. Lin Tian took a deep breath and rushed out. Clang! While he was still in the air, he had already summoned his inner spirit sword and slashed out with the Thunder Flame sword. When the Moonlight Bird noticed a human approaching, it immediately roared and pounced towards Lin Tian. With a boom, the Moonlight Bird flapped its wings, stirring up astral winds that filled the sky. Its demonic aura was astonishing. No wonder it's a level 7 demon beast. It's so strong. Lin Tian thought. Although he said so, he did not care. After all, he was already in the sea of consciousness realm. He shook his inner spirit sword and slashed out another Thunder Flame sword radiance. Its power was several times stronger than the first one, and it went straight for the Moonlight Bird's neck. Such a sword immediately shocked the Moonlight Bird. As a level 7 demonic beast, the Moonlight Bird was still very intelligent. It immediately understood the horror of Lin Tian. It turned around and ran straight into the sky. Lin Tian paused for a moment and then laughed. Fortunately, he had learned the weapon controlling technique. Whoosh! He stepped on a spirit weapon sword and quickly caught up with the Moonlight Bird. He slashed down fiercely. This sword was very fast and powerful. It directly went into the Moonlight Bird's throat. The Moonlight Bird let out a mournful howl and kept flapping its wings. However, it was unable to fly anymore. After struggling for a while, it fell to the ground with a loud bang. After twitching a few times, it stopped moving. Lin Tian walked down from the sky and cut open the Moonlight Bird's head with a dagger. He carefully took out the Moonlight Bird's brain. It's enough to engrave more than 30 sets of spirit refining runes. Lin Tian said to himself, after putting away the Moonlight Bird's brain and pulling out its beast core. Lin Tian directly left. Not long after, he came to the Sunset Mountain and found an Origin Bear. Relying on the Gale Rune and the Martial Fusion Rune Scroll, he was in a deadlock with the Origin Bear for more than 14 hours. Finally, he killed the Origin Bear. During this process, he almost lost his life to the Origin Bear's claws several times. This Origin Bear is clearly at the bottom of the level 8 demonic beasts. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Lin Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The sky was completely dark. After Lin Tian extracted the Origin Bear's blood essence, he filled more than 10 small jade bottles. In terms of quantity, it was enough to engrave more than 10 sets of spirit refining runes. After that, he took out the Origin Bear's beast core with a dagger and carefully put it away. The beast core of a level 8 demonic beast was extremely valuable. After pausing for a moment, Lin Tian left and headed in another direction. Next, after spending another 6 hours, Lin Tian found the tranquil heart grass in a canyon. In this canyon, there were dozens of tranquil heart grass, which surprised Lin Tian a little. All that's left is the spirit refining stone. Lin Tian said to himself, after collecting all the tranquil heart grass in this canyon, Lin Tian began to look for the spirit refining stone. However, the spirit refining stone was extremely difficult to find. He spent a day and a night in this old forest and still couldn't find a single piece, which made him somewhat depressed. Quick, quick, quick! That ancient tomb has been opened. It's said that there's a flash of treasure inside. It's said that it might be the tomb of a flight mastery expert. A flight mastery expert. I wonder how many treasures there are in there. It would be great if we could find a flight mastery technique. What are you talking about? Let's go. Aren't I already very fast? A few hundred feet away, a group of people flashed by, each of them whispering. Now that Lin Tian had stepped into the sea of consciousness realm, his hearing was very sharp. Naturally, he could hear the voices of these people very clearly. Suddenly, he was a little surprised. This is the ancient tomb of a cultivator that Deacon Pu mentioned? Lin Tian rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. He decided to take a look and look for the spirit refining stone later. After following the crowd for about an hour, the area ahead of them became rowdy. Lin Tian stood on the branch of an old tree and saw that the ground in front of him cracked open and a hole appeared. It was slightly dark inside. There were many rogue cultivators around the hole, all of them fighting to be the first to jump into the hole. "The people in front, get the hell out of here," someone shouted. Not long after, everyone near the hole jumped in. Lin Tian jumped down from the old tree branch and came to the edge of the hole. He squatted down and looked inside. He saw that it was even darker inside, and there was a faint light of fire. Obviously, the cultivators who entered had prepared something like a torch in advance. At this time, they lit it for illumination. I don't have this thing." Lin Tian rubbed his chin, but then he didn't care. He had the power of divine sense, which was enough to deal with the dark environment. Pausing and taking a deep breath, Lin Tian jumped down and entered the cave. As soon as he entered, Lin Tian immediately felt that the air had become extremely unpleasant. There was a rotten smell floating in the air, making people want to vomit. He glanced around and found that the ancient tomb was actually connected in all directions. There were forks in the road. These forks were about 10 feet wide and 20 feet high. The ground was actually paved with green origin stones. 15 minutes quickly passed as Lin Tian followed a fork in the road. During this 15 minutes, Lin Tian discovered that this tomb was truly huge. The area it occupied was extremely astonishing, at least 100,000 square meters. Moreover, as he walked deeper and deeper, he actually saw quite a number of secret rooms and pavilions in this underground tomb. This is comparable to the tombs of some of the emperors in the big countries. Lin Tianwei was shocked, but after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. After all, this was an ancient tomb of cultivators, and it was said that it might be the tomb of a strong fighter in the airborne realm. Such a strong fighter status and identity were much more respected than the emperor of a big country. It was normal to have a tomb of such a scale. Lin Tian shook his head and continued to walk forward. As he went deeper and deeper into the tomb, the passageway became darker and darker. He could only see things about 3 feet away. Arg! At this moment, a scream was heard from the front. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He followed the scream and moved closer, his pace seeming to be much faster. Not long after, there was the light of fire in front of him, and there was a burst of bloody smell in the air. Lin Tian approached carefully. Soon, a few corpses appeared in his field of vision. Most of the corpses belonged to middle-aged men, and their bodies were filled with sharp arrows. He had no idea where the arrows had come from. A trap set in the tomb? Lin Tian muttered to himself. It seemed that this ancient tomb of cultivators was full of danger, just as Pu Wen said. Carefully approaching, Lin Tian picked up a torch from the ground and walked forward. Although he had the power of his divine sense and did not need things like torches to illuminate the dark environment, it was still good to have one. After all, with his current level, he would not be able to hold on for long if he kept using his divine sense. Ta-ba! 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 As Lin Tian walked forward, the sound of footsteps echoed from time to time on both sides of the forks. Suddenly, the air vibrated, and the walls on both sides of the tomb cracked open. Arrows flew out from the cracks. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, and his body suddenly swayed. Whoosh! 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 Dense arrows were shot, but none of them could graze his body. He dodged all of them. After about 10 breaths, the dense arrows all fell to the ground, and the tomb instantly became quiet. Lin Tian looked down and saw that the arrowheads of these arrows were red and black. At first glance, it was obvious that they were smeared with poison. This tomb owner is really black-hearted. Cautious. Lin Tian thought for a moment, and suddenly felt that the word black-hearted was not quite right. After all, this was someone else's tomb. In order to prevent the tomb from being robbed, it was normal to set up some traps and death traps. Shaking his head, Lin Tian continued to walk forward. Following the forks, he quickly walked a distance and saw 6 corpses. Some were pierced through the heart by sharp blades, some were crushed by heavy stones, and some even seemed to have been gnawed. Lin Tian could not help but frown. Were there demonic beasts here? After a pause, Lin Tian shook his head and continued to walk forward. At this moment, his face suddenly changed. A cold wind appeared behind him, as if someone was blowing cold air on his neck. Chapter 227. With no time to turn around, Lin Tian sent a backhanded slap flying behind him. With a loud bang, a figure was sent flying. Only then did Lin Tian turn around to look behind him. The light from the fire slightly illuminated the dim passageway. Not far away, the figure that was sent flying by him stood up crookedly and rushed towards him mechanically. His entire face was covered in blood, and his body looked as if it had been gnawed by a monster, bleeding profusely. Lin Tian frowned. He remembered that this was a corpse lying on the ground just now. It was obviously dead. This figure was covered in blood and emitted a foul stench. It pounced towards Lin Tian as if it had its eyes on its prey. Lin Tian dodged at close range and observed everything about this figure. He found that there was indeed no sign of life on the other party's body. There was only a cold air, and there was no consciousness or emotion in the other party's eyes. He then stared at the wound on the figure. The skin there had turned pitch black, and the blood that was gushing out was also gradually turning black. Poison! Lin Tian Wei frowned slightly. After dodging for a while and observing enough, Lin Tian raised his leg and sent the figure flying with a kick. With a loud bang, the figure hit the ground hard. In the next moment, to Lin Tian's surprise, the figure stood up again and pounced towards him. A strange look flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. He did not show any mercy with that kick, just now. After all, this was no longer a living person. He was sure that his kick had completely shattered the other party's sternum. But now, the figure stood up again without any resistance. It was obvious that it did not feel anything. Clang! With a slight sound of a sword, a long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he slashed straight ahead. Puff! The figure was slashed into pieces by the sword, and finally there was no more movement. Lin Tian stared the ground and saw that the insides of the figure had been completely corroded. A foul stench floated in the air. Lin Tian turned around and continued to walk deeper into the forest. At this moment, another rustling sound came from behind. Lin Tianwei turned her head slightly and saw another corpse standing up from the ground. This corpse was the same as the previous one. Its body was also gnawed and black blood gushed out from its wounds. There was no sign of life on its body. Lin Tian frowned. His right hand shook, and a thunderous sword ray swept across. With a puff, the corpse that stood up was immediately cut into several pieces. He should have been poisoned, but what kind of poison is it? Lin Tian muttered to himself. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. Then he withdrew his divine sense. Shaking his head, he continued to walk forward, following this fork in the road. They didn't know how long it had been before bursts of light suddenly appeared in front of them. Lin Tian's pace quickened slightly, and very soon a rather spacious secret room appeared in front of him. There were a dozen or so pillars supporting the room, and there were quite a few figures standing within. At a glance, there were about 40 or so people. Lin Tian calmly walked in, after which he swept his gaze across his surroundings. This caused his expression to change slightly, because this spacious secret chamber was actually filled with greenwood coffins. There were roughly a dozen of them, giving off a sinister feeling. Which coffin is the tomb owner lying in? More than 10 coffins, it's hard to tell. This is indeed a little troublesome. Many people whispered. The people who were able to come here were not stupid. Since there were more than 10 coffins placed here, these people could guess that this was most likely a trap left behind by the tomb owner. If they rashly opened a coffin, it was very likely that they would encounter a great disaster. After all, from the entrance of the tomb all the way here, many people had encountered traps before. At this time, in the secret room, no one dared to move. Lin Tian glanced at the secret room and found that the crowd was in different positions. There were 4 groups that were the most conspicuous. One group was made up of 4 men, and the leader was a 13-year-old boy with an arrogant expression. The second group was made up of 3 young men, and the third group was also made up of 3 young men. The fourth group was the most conspicuous because it was made up of 3 beautiful women, and they were all around 18 years old. Moreover, Lin Tian was somewhat familiar with their aura. Valley of the Harp? He slightly frowned. From these 3 women, he felt the same aura as Ji Yu's master, the beautiful woman. Of course, this aura didn't mean that they practiced the same martial arts, but they had similar temperaments. At first glance, it was obvious that they were from the same sect. No one dares to open the coffin? This young master will offer 3 divine accumulation pills. Whoever opens the coffin, 3 divine accumulation pills for each coffin. A voice rang out. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw that it was the 13-year-old boy who spoke with a proud expression. Divine accumulation pills. 3 pills for each coffin? It is said that this is a baodan that can condense one's sea of consciousness. Its value is extraordinary. Many people were tempted. The 3 beautiful women looked at the boy. They seemed to know the origin of this boy, but they didn't make any reaction. The 6 young men in the other 2 groups also didn't speak. These people obviously knew something about this 13-year-old boy. Lin Tian squinted his eyes. Since this boy could say such words casually, he should be from a sect, and his status shouldn't be low. The crowd was in a heated discussion. After a while, a rogue cultivator stood out. Is this true? This was a young man at the peak of the divine range realm. His eyes were shining with a fiery light. Even the outer disciples of the Burning Sun sect could only receive 3 divine accumulation pills a month. Its value was self-evident. For some rogue cultivators, although it was dangerous to open the coffin casually, if they could get 3 divine accumulation pills by opening one coffin, then the risk was absolutely worth it. How can this young master lie? The boy snorted and took out a small jade bottle. There were more than 10 divine accumulation pills in it, which attracted many people's eyes. At this moment, if this boy was alone, perhaps some people would have rushed up to rob him. After all, he was only at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. However, at this moment, no one dared to do so because there were 3 young men standing behind the boy. Each of them was very strong, especially one of them who seemed to be at the sea of consciousness realm. The young man who stood out nodded. He looked around and came to a coffin. Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man raised both of his hands and forcefully pried open the lid of the coffin. Dust scattered everywhere. Perhaps because he was too excited, the middle-aged man didn't even look at what was inside the coffin. He turned to the young man and said, "I've opened it." At this moment, a pitch-black claw suddenly stretched out from the coffin. With a puff, it directly pierced through the young man's body. The young man screamed in grief. Everyone's expression changed. They all moved away from the coffin and stared at it. Save me," the young man screamed. But at this time, who would save him? The young man's chest was pierced through. It was obvious that he wouldn't survive. Creak, creak, creak. The coffin shook and made a noise. A corpse covered in green scales came out of the coffin. This corpse was covered in green hair that was about an inch long. It was dyed with a foul stench and a chill that made one's scalp go numb. With a bang, the young man's corpse was thrown out and landed at the feet of a few rogue cultivators. "Goo corpse!" Behind the 13-year-old boy, one of them exclaimed. "What? Goo corpse? Is it the kind of goo corpse that is as strong as iron and hard to be hurt by swords? Isn't that kind of thing an evil weapon that can only be refined by airborne realm experts? This ancient tomb, is it really the tomb of an airborne realm expert? Oh no, it is said that the goo corpse is comparable to the average sea of consciousness realm expert. It is very difficult to deal with, and it has goo poison. Many people were shocked. Lin Tian stared ahead. His eyes were slightly moved. Goo corpse? This was the first time he heard of it, but it seemed that this thing was not easy to deal with. After a pause, he suddenly thought of the two corpses that suddenly stood up. According to the discussions of these people, those two should have stood up again after being poisoned. Thinking of this, his expression suddenly changed. "You people over there, stay away from the young man's corpse," he shouted. Beside the young man's corpse, a few rogue cultivators stared at Lin Tian with a strange look. They were very puzzled. At this moment, the young man's corpse suddenly jumped up. Like a beast, it bit the thigh of a man in yellow next to it. The man in yellow screamed. His thigh was suddenly bloody. "What's going on? He's clearly dead." Many people were frightened. Next to the man in yellow, someone made a move. He slashed at the young man and cut off his head. The young man's corpse twitched a few times. Black blood flowed from his neck. Soon there was no movement. The man in yellow cursed and tore his clothes to bandage his wound. "There's no need to trouble yourself." A sinister laugh rang out. The 13-year-old youth stared at the yellow-clothed man and said to the black-clothed youth behind him, "He should have been poisoned by the goo. Capture him and imprison him well. This young master wants to take a good look at the process of the goo breaking out. It should be very interesting." The young man in black nodded silently and walked out. What are you doing?" The man in yellow was terrified. The man in yellow was not weak, but the young man in black was stronger. He subdued him in a few moves, broke his limbs, and threw him about 10 feet away from the 13-year-old boy. The man in yellow struggled and screamed, but his limbs were crippled. It was useless. "Don't struggle. You can live a little longer this way. Otherwise, I'll kill you directly," the young man said sinisterly. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. This young man's talent might be good, but his mentality seemed to be a little twisted. Not far away, the 3 beautiful women also frowned. One of them said, "Mu Haoguang, what you're doing is against humanity. No matter what, you're the grandson of an elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to your 100 Refinements Workshop? It's not up to you to tell me what to do." Mu Haoguang stared at the woman who spoke, and a lustful light flashed in his eyes. He said, "The strongest among the 3 of you is only at the peak of the divine range. Do you believe that I'll strip you naked and have fun with you in front of everyone?" The 3 women's expressions stiffened, and they were furious. Lin Tianwei glanced at Mu Haoguang. He was only 13 years old, but his mentality was a little too twisted. At this time, a vicious roar sounded. The goo corpse that stepped out of the coffin suddenly moved with bloody eyes. It pounced toward the crowd with a rotten stench. Chapter 228. The stench of decay floated in the air as the venomous corpse rushed over, causing everyone's expression to change. "Read the full text. Attack!" someone shouted. In an instant, the true core force surged, and the saber and sword light slashed at the venomous corpse. The saber and sword light landed on the venomous corpse, causing sparks to fly, but it was useless. "No, this venomous corpse's body is too strong. Attack the neck and cut off its head." "That makes sense," some itinerant cultivators discussed. As they spoke, everyone's attacks became fiercer, and they all aimed at the venomous corpse's neck. It had to be said that it was indeed effective. However, it was only a little effective. The venomous corpse roared with a murderous aura, and its green hair kept trembling. Boom! The true core force surged. In this spacious secret room, most of the people attacked the venomous corpse together. The true core force fluctuation was a little shocking. After all, there were dozens of people attacking together. This also showed how strong this ancient tomb was, as it was not destroyed. The sound of swords and sabers echoed continuously. Although the venomous corpse was strong, it could only be in a stalemate when facing dozens of people at the same time. "Ah, female sign, female sign." At this moment, a scream was heard. At Mu Haoguang's feet, the man in yellow twitched all over. The blood on his thigh had turned black, and saliva began to flow out of his mouth. Slowly, the man's eyes changed drastically. His pupils began to be bloodshot, and his mouth opened and closed. Oh, the poison is starting to change. Interesting, Mu Haoguang said with interest. Someone tilted their head and saw the man in yellow twitching nonstop. His consciousness gradually disappeared as if he had turned into a beast, and he kept roaring. Because his limbs were crippled by the young man in black, the man in yellow could not stand up at this moment. He rubbed the ground and crawled towards Mu Haoguang like a worm, saliva flowing out of the corner of his mouth. "You want to bite me?" Mu Haoguang was a little suspicious. He squatted down and took out a long sword, and the man in yellow immediately bit it. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth, but the man in yellow did not feel anything at all. He was biting the long sword crazily. Seeing this scene, many people could not help but feel numb on their scalps. It seems that only the primitive appetite left, biting whatever you see. Boring. Mu Haoguang clicked his tongue. With that, Mu Haoguang raised his sword and cut off the middle-aged man's head. Just like the robust man from before, the head of the yellow-clothed middle-aged man separated from his body, and soon there was no more movement. With a fierce roar, the goo corpse roared. Its attacks became even more violent. Some people were distracted by looking at the yellow-clothed man and were immediately scratched by the goo corpses, bleeding profusely. "Kill him," Mu Haoguang said. The black-clothed youth nodded. He caught the long sword that Mu Yaoguang threw over and chopped off this person's head. Such a scene caused the expressions of many people in the surroundings to change. Lin Tian stood in the corner and looked ahead silently with a calm expression. Mu Haoguang's mind was a little twisted and perverted, but that had nothing to do with him. There was no need for him to stand out and criticize him, let alone stop him. Soon, another person screamed as he was scratched by the goo corpse. This person was terrified. With the example of the yellow-clothed middle-aged man and the others, he immediately turned around and fled. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to escape. He only ran 3 steps before his head was chopped off by the black-clothed middle-aged man behind Mu Haoguang. He died on the spot. "This young master is protecting you guys. You guys continue to suppress the goo corpse." Mu Haoguang laughed sinisterly. The black-clothed youth stood beside Mu Haoguang. His expression was indifferent, and so were the other 2 youths. As the crowd fought with the goo corpse, their mood wasn't good, because if they were scratched, they would die. "Form the triple slaughter formation," a crisp voice echoed. The 3 beautiful girls quickly changed their positions. Their attacks instantly became smoother, and the sword light flashed continuously. "Everyone, you guys work together to kill the goo corpse," one of the girls said. Lin Tian watched from afar. He had to admit that the 3 of them seemed to have executed some kind of superior joint attack formation. They restrained the goo corpse within a certain range, and at the same time made the attacks between the 3 of them stronger. "Attack together," someone shouted. In an instant, everyone attacked together. Violent vital essence interweaved, and soon the goo corpse was killed on the spot. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of the outstanding disciples of the Valley of the Harp, you have some strength. Mu Haoguang laughed sinisterly. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, these 3 girls were from the Valley of the Harp. Standing in the corner, Lin Tian glanced at the other greenwood coffins, and his expression changed slightly. In another corner, he saw a dilapidated coffin. It was empty. Could it be that the goo corpse in that coffin also ran out by itself? After thinking for a while, Lin Tian confirmed it, because he had encountered a few gnawed corpses before, and combined with the young man who was killed before, those corpses should be the work of the goo corpse. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly floated into the secret room. "What's that?" someone exclaimed. With a bang, the person who spoke was knocked away. Then, under everyone's shocked eyes, a taller goo corpse appeared. Its claws were sharp, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in the middle of the secret room and swung its claws. The 3 girls from the Valley of the Harp were the closest. One of them was directly sent flying by the claw, and blood immediately flowed out. Senior sister. The other 2 girls' expressions changed, and they immediately flashed over. Damn it, why is there another one? When did it run out? Everyone be careful. Stay together, don't get hurt. In the secret room, many people became anxious. Tyrannical true essence surged. Most of them stared at the goo corpse in the middle with solemn expressions. At this moment, a sinister laugh sounded. Miss from the Valley of the Harp, you've been scratched. Mu Haoguang stared at the girl from the Valley of the Harp who was scratched, and his entire body was filled with evil laughter. Watching a beautiful girl being poisoned should be more interesting than watching a man, right? By the way, it's best to tear off her clothes. After all, she'll die in the end anyway. You, the injured girl, glared at Mu Haoguang, trembling with anger. Mu Haoguang snorted and said to the black-shirt young man, "Catch her." The black-shirt young man's expression was cold. He held a long sword and approached the girl. "Stop! Don't come over. Mu Haoguang will definitely report this to the Valley Master. The Valley Master won't let you off." The other 2 girls said, "What a joke! I'm the grandson of the 100 Refinements Workshop's elder. Even the workshop master has to give some face. Do you think the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp will have a grudge with the 100 Refinements Workshop for a mere outer sect disciple?" Mu Haoguang laughed sinisterly and said, "Moreover, I'm also thinking about the safety of everyone. This is justice, don't you think so?" Around them, the crowd stared at the goo corpse. When they saw Mu Haoguang looking over, many people hurriedly nodded. As one of the 4 major sects in this world, the 100 Refinements Workshop's elder was a powerful existence in the airborne realm. How would these ordinary rogue cultivators dare to go against the grandson of an airborne realm expert? Wouldn't that be courting death? Young Master Mu is right. There's no saving her after being poisoned by the goo poison. That's right. Killing her is indeed for the good of everyone here. 3 young men laughed. Mu Haoguang glanced over and smiled faintly. Everyone from the 7 Mysteries Pavilion is reasonable. In a corner not far away, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 3 young men who spoke. The 7 Mysteries Pavilion's elder, Yi Jingshang, seems to want my life. As he thought in his heart, Lin Tian's expression turned cold. Then he looked at the woman from the Valley of the Harp, who was scratched by the goo corpse and could not help but frown slightly. At this time, the black-robed young man was already approaching the injured woman, step by step. The women from the Valley of the Harp are all peerless beauties. Everyone, you're in for a treat today. I'll let you see a picture of spring scenery. Mu Haoguang sneered. Such words could be said to be extremely shameless, causing the 3 women from the Valley of the Harp to be incomparably furious. The injured woman tightly gripped the long sword in her hand. When she saw the black-robed young man approaching, she knew that the 3 of them would not be a match for him. Thus, she stared at Mu Haoguang and gritted her teeth. "Even if I kill myself here, I won't let you humiliate me." Since she was poisoned, the woman pulled the long sword and directly slashed at her own neck. "Senior sister, don't." The 2 women in front of her changed their expressions and tried to stop her at the same time. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. The woman's sword was extremely sharp and had already reached the side of her neck. At this moment, the sword suddenly stopped. Lin Tianyi flashed past and clamped the woman's long sword with 2 fingers on his left hand. This scene made everyone's expression change. Who are you?" The injured woman was shocked. This person was so fast that she did not notice at all. Mu Haoguang stared at the woman and laughed. It seems that someone really wants to see a spring scenery show and doesn't want you to commit suicide. The woman's expression changed slightly. She stared at Lin Tian and her body trembled. Lin Tianling glanced at Mu Haoguang indifferently and let go of the woman's long sword. He cut his left index finger and bright red blood immediately flowed out. Swallow it. Whether it works or not depends on your luck. The mysterious sword mark in the center of his right hand had once transformed his body and allowed him to resist some strong poisons. He thought that it might be useful for this woman. You went to the Valley of the Harp to cultivate. He had met the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp once and had some relationship with him. Moreover, these women had good hearts. Since he was here, there was no reason for him not to help. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the injured woman was stunned. This person wanted to help her? Don't waste it, Lin Tian said. The woman was a little embarrassed, but she still obeyed and swallowed some of Lin Tian's blood. After that, the woman trembled slightly. Her originally pale face became a little rosy, and the burning sensation around her wound also decreased. Lin Tian took a look and nodded to himself. It seemed that his blood could suppress this kind of goo poison. Senior sister, the other two women in the Valley of the Harp ran over with worried expressions. I'm fine, much better, the injured woman said. As she spoke, she hurriedly thanked Lin Tian seriously. She felt that the poison in her body was slowly disappearing. At this time, Mu Haoguang's face became gloomy. He stared at Lin Tian coldly. You dare to interfere with my good deed and help my enemy. You have guts. As he spoke, Mu Haoguang said to the young man in black, Catch the injured woman and this stupid boy together. Let them die together. Chapter 229. Lin Tian glanced at Mu Haoguang with an indifferent expression. He was only 12 years old, yet he was already so insidious. I have already removed the poison from her body. Now she is normal. At this time, you are still unwilling to forgive. It seems that your parents and grandfather have spoiled you too much, turning you into a little devil, he said with an expressionless face. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but change color. Who was this person? He actually dared to call Mu Haoguang a little devil. He was simply courting death. Even the three girls from the Valley of the Harp were moved. This man was a little too bold. Lin Tian, how can you speak to young Master Mu like that and not apologize? Someone shouted. Lin Tian turned his head and saw that the one who spoke was a youth in blue. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Who are you? He asked. This person seemed to recognize him. Beside the youth in blue, another person shouted, This is our Burning Sun sect's inner disciple, Senior Brother Chu Xian. You are also a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. Haven't you heard of him? Beside the youth in blue stood two other youths. They were all disciples of the Burning Sun sect, so they naturally recognized Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian had been in the limelight in the Burning Sun sect recently. Never heard of him. Lin Tian was expressionless. Hearing this, the youth in blue, Chu Xian's face immediately darkened. Around them, the others were also moved. They stared at Lin Tian with some astonishment. This person is actually a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. Someone was surprised. Mu Haoguang stared at Lin Tian, his eyes becoming extremely sinister. A disciple of the Burning Sun sect, with such a small status, you dare to talk back to this young master? Huh. After saying this, Mu Haoguang said to the youth in black, Break his limbs and send him to this young master. I want to let him know the consequences of offending me. The young man in black held a long sword in his hand. His face was cold and indifferent as he approached Lin Tian. The three girls from Valley of the Harp stepped forward and stood together with Lin Tian. They stared at the young man in black with caution. So you are called Lin Tian. So you are a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. Thank you for your help just now. This black-robed youth's cultivation is at the Sea of Consciousness realm. You must be careful. the injured woman said. The other two women also nodded, tightly gripping the long swords in their hands. Right at this moment, the black-robed youth had already closed in and slashed his sword diagonally at Lin Tian. This sword seemed to be very slow, but it had sealed off all escape routes. "Be careful!" The expression of the injured woman changed. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Lin Tian reached out with his left hand and grabbed the wrist of the man in black that was holding the sword. "Get lost!" His expression was indifferent as he kicked out. The black-robed man was sent flying 60 to 70 feet away and crashed into Mu Haoguang with a loud bang. Mu Haoguang was sent flying and crashed into a nearby stone pillar. He immediately let out a miserable cry. "Young Master Mu!" The other two young men who were with Mu Haoguang changed their expressions and quickly ran over to help Mu Shaoguang up. After all, his cultivation was only at the body refining realm. After such a collision, Mu Haoguang's mouth and nose were bleeding. His whole person looked miserable and miserable. Such a scene suddenly made everyone's expression change. He sent that black-robed youth flying? That person is at the Sea of Consciousness realm. This young man, is he also? Staring at Lin Tian, many people's expressions changed. Mu Haoguang was helped up by the two young men. After touching his nose, he saw that his hand was full of blood. He immediately screamed and roared in a violent voice, "Blood! Damn it, you two, quickly go and kill him for me. Kill him for me." Like a child who had his toy stolen, Lin Tian said. His words were very calm, but it made the three women next to him laugh out loud. After all, he was only 12 years old. No matter how much he pretended to be old, he couldn't be that old. Now, looking at Mu Haoguang's flustered and exasperated expression, he really did look like a child who had his toy stolen. "Bitch, how dare you laugh at me? I'll sell all of you to the brothel. No, let the beast play with you," Mu Haoguang shouted. The three people from the Valley of the Harp suddenly looked ugly, ashamed, and angry. At this moment, a violent roar sounded. The Gu corpse in the distance roared and actually rushed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He turned his body sideways and still kicked out. This kick was really terrifying. It kicked the Gu corpse and sent it flying in the direction of Mu Haoguang. The Gu corpse fell at Mu Haoguang's feet with a bang, making a loud noise. "Damn it! Surnamed Lin, you did it on purpose," Mu Haoguang shouted. "You think too much." Lin Tian was expressionless. The Gu corpse suddenly stood up, stretched out its claws, and clawed at the nearest Mu Haoguang. The rotten cheeks, the black ghost claws, suddenly scared Mu Haoguang, and he trembled all over. After all, Mu Haoguang was still young and was now only at the body refining realm. Among all the people here, he was the weakest. "Young master!" The black-shirt young man jumped up and slashed at the Gu corpse's claws with his long sword. With a clang, the black-shirt young man pushed away the Gu corpse's claws, preventing Mu Haoguang from being pierced through. However, the Gu corpse's claws brushed past Mu Haoguang's body, cutting his clothes and leaving a few bloody marks on his chest. "Ah!" Mu Haoguang screamed and only felt like his chest was burning like a raging fire. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. Mu Haoguang was injured by the Gu corpse. This is retribution, Lin Tian said calmly. The black-shirt young man and the other two surrounded Mu Haoguang, and their expressions changed. They could not cure the Gu corpse's poison. If anything happened to Mu Haoguang here, their ending when they returned to the 100 Refinements workshop was imaginable. "Use his blood. His blood can cure the Gu poison. Catch him!" Mu Haoguang shouted. Immediately, the black-shirt young man and the other two stared at Lin Tian. "Sir, how about we borrow some of your blood?" One of them said in a deep voice. "Stop dreaming," Lin Tian said indifferently. His blood could indeed restrain the Gu poison, but it was impossible for him to cure Mu Haoguang's poison. Hearing Lin Tian's rejection, The black-shirted young man and the other two became gloomy and closed in on Lin Tian. "Restrain yourself if you don't want to die," Lin Tianling said. A chill rushed out of his body, causing the black-shirted young man and the other two to tremble. That aura was terrifying. "What are you doing? Hurry up and take him down, hurry up! If anything happens to me, all of you will be in big trouble." Mu Haoguang shouted and continued, "Everyone else, come with me. I'll give anyone who can kill him or get his blood a supreme treasure. Even if you want to enter the 100 Refinements workshop, it won't be a problem at all." Immediately, everyone's expression changed. "Supreme treasure? You can still enter the 100 Refinements workshop?" Staring at Lin Tian, everyone's expression changed at this moment. For the 6 youths from the 7 Mysteries Pavilion and the Burning Sun sect, the supreme treasure was very tempting. For the other rogue cultivators, entering the 100 Refinements workshop was like an immortal's destiny. As long as they could enter the sect to cultivate, their future would be limitless. "Brother Lin Tian, I'm a disciple of the same sect. What's the harm in offering some blood?" Someone from the 7 Mysteries Pavilion stood out and said, "Junior Brother Lin, our Burning Sun sect and the 100 Refinements workshop are considered allies. Just give us some blood." Xian from the Burning Sun sect also said. The others stared straight at Lin Tian, even ignoring the goo corpse at the side. Lin Tian didn't care at all. There was more than one passage in this secret chamber. He ignored everyone and walked out of the secret chamber along a path. These green wooden coffins were somewhat special. If one didn't open the lid, it would be difficult to see what was inside, even with one's divine sense. It seemed that the tomb owner had done something to them. Lin Tian had been here for some time. After some observation, he felt that the tomb owner's coffin wasn't here. The placement of these coffins was not particular, and the material was not very luxurious. It was too ordinary. According to the scale of this tomb, the tomb owner's coffin should be at least 1 or 2 grades higher. "Stop!" The black-clothed youth shouted and blocked in front of Lin Tian. At the same time, many other rogue cultivators surrounded them, faintly blocking Lin Tian's path. "What are you doing?" The female disciple from the Valley of the Harp shouted. The 3 of them followed behind Lin Tian. When they saw this scene, they raised their long swords and guarded their surroundings. Lin Tian glanced at the 3 of them and then looked at the others. "If you don't want to die, don't block my way," he said indifferently. As he spoke, he stepped forward calmly. "Stop him!" Someone shouted. Many rogue cultivators rushed up and slashed at Lin Tian. As long as they could get Lin Tian's blood, they could enter the 100 Refinements workshop to cultivate. This temptation was too great. Boom! 7 experts at the peak of the divine range attacked together. The combined power was extremely powerful and terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He shook his long sword and swept it forward. Puff! 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 In an instant, the 3 people who rushed at the front were penetrated and fell to the ground, dead. You killed people." The last 4 people's faces changed drastically. Lin Tian's expression turned cold, and he slashed out again. The thunderous sword radiance was extremely powerful. When the sword slashed out, the 4 people were immediately penetrated and fell into a pool of blood. Lin Tian felt that there was something wrong with these people's brains. They rushed to kill him for their own selfish desires, and their attacks were ruthless and merciless. However, after they were killed by him, the survivors said something like, "You killed people." He really couldn't imagine how such a person cultivated to the peak of the divine range. He's not at the divine range realm. This is definitely at the sea of consciousness realm. Staring at this scene, the others didn't dare to move. How terrifying was it to kill 7 experts at the peak of the divine range realm with 2 slashes? Lin Tian was expressionless, and he walked out step by step. "Stop!" Someone shouted. Chu Xian of the Burning Sun sect and a young man of the Seven Mysteries Pavilion stood out. Both of them were at the first level of the Sea of Consciousness realm, and they blocked Lin Tian's path. As long as they could get a little bit of Lin Tian's blood, they would be able to obtain a supreme treasure. Moreover, they could be on good terms with the grandson of the elder of the 100 Refinements Workshop. This was a good deal, and it was worth it. Hurry up! Hurry up! Mu Haoguang shouted. Chapter 230. Burning Sun sects Chu Xian, a youth from Seven Mysteries Pavilion, and a black-clothed youth from 100 Refinements Workshop were all in the Sea of Consciousness realm. They were all standing in front of Lin Tian. At this moment, only these three dared to stand out and stop Lin Tian. Sir, young Master Mu is the grandson of our 100 Refinements Workshop's Elder Mu. Helping him won't do you any harm, the black-clothed youth said in a deep voice. Junior brother Lin, we're all disciples of the sect. It's only right for us to help each other. Didn't you also save 3 people from the Valley of the Harp? Chu Xian said. The youth from Seven Mysteries Pavilion nodded. It's just a little bit of blood. It won't be a big deal. Why don't you be more magnanimous? Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. People like Mu Haoguang had a twisted and perverted mind, and the way he handled things was also incomparably insidious, which made him very disgusted. He was certain that after he saved Mu Haoguang would turn around and have him killed. Moreover, if he really saved this kind of person, who knew how many people would suffer in the future, it was simply helping the other party to bring disaster to the world. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your survival, he said. When these words came out, it caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. The 3 women from the Valley of the Harp were moved. This man was so domineering. Brother Lin Tian, it's not good to be too arrogant, the youth from Seven Mysteries Pavilion said. 3. Lin Tian calmly said. You! The youth from Seven Mysteries Pavilion's face sank. This was too insolent. 2. Sir, you, 1 is enough. With a clang, Lin Tian lightly raised the long sword in his hand. Instantly, a dozen sword rays swept forward. The black-clothed youth and the others' expressions changed. They simultaneously raised their weapons to resist. Bang! 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 The violent sword rays swept past, and the 3 of them were simultaneously sent flying. Staring at this scene, everyone in the secret chamber widened their eyes. 3 Sea of Consciousness realm experts were actually swept away by a single sword strike. What kind of terrifying battle strength was this? Some people couldn't help but tremble. They had actually wanted to attack this person to curry favor with Mu Haoguang. They were simply courting death. At this moment, a beast-like roar resounded as the goo corpse moved again. Damn it! Someone cursed. At this moment, because they were too distracted and stared in Lin Tian's direction, someone was torn to shreds by the goo corpse. With a boom, the light of blades and the shadows of swords rushed out in this secret room. Most of the people were making their moves. At the same time, there were also people who began to move out of the secret chamber. They were all stunned by such a powerful and terrifying ancient demonic corpse. Ah! A painful scream rang out. Mu Haoguang's face became extremely distorted. Just like the yellow-robed man, he began to lose his rationality. Young Master Mu! The expressions of the 2 young men beside Mu Haoguang changed drastically. Mu Haoguang's eyes were already bloodshot. Saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and bit one of the people's throat. Instantly the person screamed. Blood kept flowing out from the throat and the corner of his mouth. The scene was miserable and horrifying. The black-robed young man quickly flashed over and shouted for Mu Haoguang. The 3 women in the Valley of the Harp trembled slightly. They couldn't help but look away because the scene in front of them was too bloody. Lin Tian glanced indifferently. Mu Haoguang was hopeless. Boom! Suddenly, a drum-like vibration was heard in this secret chamber. All of the green wooden coffins shook. Suddenly, one of the coffins shattered and a pitch-black claw stretched out. Then, from the other coffins, a similar black ghost claw stretched out. The 5 fingers were as long as chopsticks and were extremely sharp. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 coffins were broken. Goo corpses jumped out from each coffin, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. The goo corpses roared and all of them moved. For ordinary cultivators, this scene was simply like hell. Ah! In the blink of an eye, screams rang out as someone was torn apart. At this moment, the young man in the sea of consciousness who was connected to Chu Xian and the 7 Mysteries Pavilion looked solemn. As for the black-robed young man, because of the outbreak of Mu Haoguang's goo poison, he had completely lost his footing. A goo corpse roared. Its body was covered in green hair, and it pounced towards Lin Tiantan. Lin Tiantan raised his hand and slashed out a sky thundersword. Immediately, the goo corpse that was charging towards him was directly sent flying. So strong! The 3 women in the Valley of the Harp were shocked. A casual slash had such power. This kind of battle strength was truly terrifying. Follow behind me. Let's go. Lin Tiantan said to the 3 women. This secret chamber had several different passageways. He casually glanced around and walked down one of them. The 3 women naturally didn't hesitate and quickly followed. In the secret chamber, the goo corpses roared and pounced towards Lin Tiantan one after another. However, there was no doubt that they were all sent flying. Not long after, Lin Tiantan led the 3 women out of this secret chamber. In an instant, the surroundings became much quieter. Senior Lin Tiantan, my name is Su Qing. Thank you so much just now. The woman who was injured earlier said, My name is Ku. I'm Jiyu. The other 2 women also hurriedly said. Lin Tiantan smiled and said, Don't mention it. I'm acquainted with your valley master. It's my duty to save you. Also, don't call me senior brother. Just call me by my name. In terms of age, I'm not as old as you. Hearing this, the 3 women were shocked. You know our valley master? Su Qing was surprised. My most important friend has just entered the Valley of the Harp to cultivate together with your valley master, Lin Tiandao. The 3 women were shocked again. Together with the valley master? You're that Junior Jiyu's friend? You've seen her? Then how is she now? Is she used to the Valley of the Harp? Lin Tiandao asked. The 3 women looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Don't worry about Junior Sister Ji. When we came out, Junior Sister Ji was about to reach the Sea of Consciousness realm. In our Zither Serene Valley, several elders each nurtured a candidate for the Valley Master. All of them were at the Sea of Consciousness realm. However, after so many years, they only managed to grasp the 3rd level of the secret Sword Codex. However, Junior Sister Ji is only at the Divine Pulse realm. Yet, she managed to comprehend the 4th level of the secret Sword Codex. The Valley Master takes Junior Sister Ji with him every day and even lives with him. So you don't have to worry. The 3 women said. Lin Tiandao nodded, secretly thinking that Jiyu was indeed very talented. Let's go, be careful, he said to the 3 women. After leaving the secret room, he chose another fork and continued to walk forward with a torch. Shirku asked Senior Lin Tiandao, Why did we leave the secret room and go here? Because it's dangerous? Why are you still calling me Senior Brother? Lin Tiandao was a little helpless. The one who reaches the top is the teacher, and you saved us. It's right to call you Senior Brother. It has nothing to do with age. Shirku said. Lin Tiandao stopped arguing and said, It's not that the secret room is dangerous. Those venomous corpses are nothing. It's just that the coffin of the tomb owner should not be there. Those coffins are too ordinary and do not match the standard of this tomb. The three women were speechless. Those venomous corpses were enough to give them a headache, but Lin Tiandao said they were nothing. Then the coffin of the tomb owner is deeper? Ji Yu asked. Yes. Lin Tiandao nodded. The four people walked together. Lin Tiandao walked in the front, following the fork to the front. This road was mostly peaceful. Not long after, a huge stone door appeared in front of them. This is where the tomb owner is. The three women were all happy. Lin Tiandao nodded. It was very likely. After all, they were almost at the end of this tomb. He asked the three women to stay where they were and walked towards the stone door. He pushed hard, and the stone door immediately moved to the side. As the stone door was pushed open, a burst of light came out from within. They looked over and saw that the stone room was filled with baby fist-sized rocks. These rocks all gave off a gentle glow, like giant pearls, causing the entire stone room to be bright and spacious. Divine Ming Stone. Lin Tiandao was moved. He had searched for a day and a night in Sunset Mountain, but could not find the Divine Ming Stone. He did not expect there to be so many here. This could be considered a pleasant surprise. Moreover, as Lin Tiandao and the others looked around, in the other corner of the stone room, a cyan stone coffin lay quietly, giving a dignified feeling. It's definitely the tomb owner's tomb. The three women's eyes lit up. The stone room was very big. Lin Tiandao and the others entered and walked towards the stone coffin. At this moment, a terrifying yin qi suddenly erupted from behind the stone door, attacking the four people from behind like a sharp sword. Get out of the way! Lin Tiandao shouted at the three women. At the same time, he turned his long sword and slashed behind him. With a clang, his long sword seemed to have slashed a diamond. The hand holding the sword was numb from the shock. At this moment, the stone door of the secret room closed by itself with a bang. A huge, venomous corpse that was about 10 feet tall lay behind the stone door. Its eyes were blood-red, and its body was covered with blood-red scales. Its murderous aura was threatening, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Senior brother Lin Tiandao, this is... The three women's hearts trembled. The aura emitted by this venomous corpse was too terrifying. It was far from what the previous venomous corpses could compare to. Lin Tiandao nodded silently and let the three women retreat again. Even he felt pressure from this blood-scale goo corpse and felt a sense of threat. This is the last venomous corpse guarding the tomb. It was really carefully refined. Lin Tiandao thought to himself. At this moment, the blood-scaled venomous corpse had already rushed over. With a terrifying yin qi, it slapped at Lin Tiandao with its claws. Lin Tiandao shook his inner spirit sword, and immediately sword qi swept out. Clang! 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 The inner spirit sword kept slashing at the blood-scaled venomous corpse, but it only sputtered out sparks of light. It was completely ineffective. Soon 15 minutes passed. Lin Tiandao was actually grazed by the blood-scaled venomous corpse. Blood flowed out. Senior brother Lin. The three women's expressions changed drastically. The venomous corpse was highly toxic. A graze could be fatal. Don't come over, I'm fine. Lin Tiandao. Chapter 231. Read on the mobile phone. Blood-scaled goo corpses were indeed much stronger than normal goo corpses. The blood scales on their bodies were like an indestructible armor. Even though the inner spirit sword was extremely sharp, it could not cut through them. It could only shoot out beams of starlight. Senior brother Lin Tian will help. Su Qing said, Don't come over. Lin Tian shouted. The three girls were only in the divine vein realm. If they really rushed over, not only would they not be able to help, but they would also become a burden to him. Staring at the blood-scale goo corpse, Lin Tian took a deep breath, and his aura suddenly changed. Boom! The power of thunder and fire intertwined at the same time, and his entire body was shrouded by the power of thunder and fire. Once such an aura was released, The three girls were immediately moved. The flaming thunder sword was Lin Tian's strongest attack right now. Lin Tian stared in front of him and activated the yin-yang puppet. Like an illusion, it surrounded the blood scale goo corpse and attacked. Every slash caused the blood scale goo corpse to be in a sorry state. Although this goo corpse was very strong and terrifying, it didn't have much intelligence and wasn't very agile. Clang! After dozens of slashes, the blood scale goo corpse was forced to a corner of the stone door. At this time, Lin Tian raised his left hand, and a terrifying vital essence wave suddenly spread out. Nirvana Fist! Lin Tian muttered, staring at the neck of the blood scale goo corpse, and punched out. A fist aura rushed out, and it was fast and powerful. It instantly pierced through the neck of the blood scale goo corpse, and a large amount of black blood spilled out. With a bang, the blood scale goo corpse fell to the ground. Dead! Su Qing and the other two stared with wide eyes. What was that punch just now? It was too terrifying. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The blood scale goo corpse was indeed terrifying, but its perception was too weak. It couldn't even compare to an ordinary sea of consciousness cultivator, so it naturally couldn't avoid his Nirvana Fist. And that Nirvana Fist was his extremely compressed vital essence force. It was extremely powerful, and killing the blood scale goo corpse in one blow was completely within his expectations. Senior brother Lin Tian, how are you? The three girls greeted him. I'm fine. Lin Tiandao. Putting away his sword, Lin Tian came to the front of the sarcophagus and struggled to open the lid. A decaying aura rushed out. A withered human skeleton lay in the stone coffin. It was clearly the tomb's owner. The corpse had already completely decayed under the power of time. Moreover, there were many things piled up in this stone coffin. There were medicinal pills, jade bottles, high-quality ancient jades, gold and jade martial skill scrolls, and so on, causing the three girls to stare. So many treasures. Ku clasped his hands together. Lin Tian casually glanced around. His gaze suddenly fell on the head of the skeleton in the sarcophagus. There was actually a wooden box as a pillow. Pausing for a moment, Lin Tian took out the wooden box and opened it. There was a 2-inch long scroll inside, and the outermost part of the scroll was engraved with 3 very ancient characters. Weapon Control Technique. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He keenly felt that this weapon control technique was not simple. He took out the scroll and carefully opened it. The first line of contents fell into his eyes. Weapon Control Technique, a killing saint technique. Cultivators above the sea of consciousness realm can cultivate this technique. When this technique is cultivated to the extreme, one can control hundreds of millions of weapons at the same time. Between heaven and earth, a speck of dust, a blade of grass, a tree, a water, a stone, they can all be divine weapons in my hands. After a simple glance, Lin Tian's heart shook. This weapon control technique seemed to be very terrifying. Senior brother Lin Tian, what is that? Ku curiously asked. Nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the weapon control technique scroll was stored in the stone ring. There were still many treasures in the sarcophagus, but Lin Tian was very clear that these things added together were not even 1/1000th of the weapon control technique. He casually picked a few bottles of medicinal pills and some ordinary martial skill scrolls from the sarcophagus and gave the rest to Ku and the other two. After all, he had already taken the most valuable thing. Senior brother Lin Tian, how can we accept this? We didn't do anything, so we can't take these things. Su Qing waved his hand. It's okay. These are not very useful to me. Lin Tian shook his head. Su Qing firmly shook his head, unwilling to accept. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, Keep some of the medicinal pills and treasures. When you return to the Valley of the Harp, help me give them to Jiyu. The rest is a gift for helping me deliver things to Jiyu. Is this okay? This is okay. We will definitely deliver it. Sure, Kus said as if he was promising. Lin Tian smiled. After a simple distribution, he walked to the side and put away the pile of divine Ming stones. There were a lot of divine Ming stones. If they were just used to carve and refine divine marks, there would be enough to carve thousands of them. This also made him a little surprised. He didn't know where the tomb owner found so many divine Ming stones. They were actually used for lighting. Soon, everything in the stone room was put away. Senior brother Lin Tian, the stone door is closed. What should we do? It seems that we can only open it from the outside. Su Qing said. Just cut it open. Lin Tiandao said. As he spoke, he casually slashed out with his sword, instantly causing the stone door to shatter into pieces. This move caused the three girls to be astonished. To be able to shatter the stone door that was about an inch thick so easily, his strength was truly somewhat terrifying. Lin Tian turned back, glanced at the stone coffin, and then turned to leave. Walking back along the tomb path, the surroundings were very quiet. After about a quarter of an hour, the four of them were far away from the stone room. At this moment, a figure rushed over. His body was covered in blood, and his face was ferocious and numb. It was a cultivator in the secret room. From before. He's been poisoned. Lin Tiandao. He raised his sword, and a bloody light rose. The charging figure suddenly fell to the ground. The three women glanced at the figure that was cut down by Lin Tian. They saw that the person was bleeding black blood and emitted a strong stench. They were immediately frightened and carefully followed behind Lin Tian. After that, as the four of them walked back, the cultivators who were poisoned jumped out one after another. There were even real corpses. Could it be that those cultivators were all killed by the corpses? Ji Yu's face was slightly pale. It's possible. Among those people, there are probably not many who can escape. Lin Tiandao. He let the three women follow behind him, while he walked at the front. As he walked back, the corpses jumped out one after another, and there were also cultivators who were poisoned. They all had ferocious expressions. However, these ordinary corpses and cultivators who were poisoned were really fragile in his eyes. Almost all of them were killed with one sword strike. Soon, they left the ancient tomb and walked to the surface. As soon as they left the ancient tomb, Jiyu and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. The air outside is still better. It's too dangerous. Fortunately, we had Senior Lin Tian's help this time. Otherwise, we would definitely have died in there. The three women said. Looking at Lin Tian, the three women's faces were full of gratitude. Lin Tian shook his head. He stared at the cave leading to the ancient tomb. After a pause, he slashed with his sword. With a boom, the cave suddenly collapsed, and the ground caved in, completely blocking the ancient tomb. As far as he could sense, there were no living people in the ancient tomb. However, there might be corpses or poisoned corpses. If those things escaped, it might cause unnecessary chaos in the outside world. After all, that kind of poison was really terrifying. Let's go, he said to the three women, and then walked out of the Sunset Mountain. Not long after, the four people walked out of the forest. At this time it was noon. The outside of the Sunset Mountain was still surrounded by different kinds of people. Lin Tian and the three women parted ways here. He watched the three women leave, and he also walked in the direction of the Burning Sun sect. About a day later, Lin Tian returned to the Burning Sun sect. He went to the duty hall to make a record, and then returned to his residence. The essence blood of the origin bear, the brain of the moonlight bird, the heart tranquil grass, and the divine clarity stone are all here. Lin Tian thought to himself. After resting for 2 hours, Lin Tian began to comprehend the divine refining rune. The divine refining rune was a 4th grade rune. Although there were many runes, the complete rune was very small. This was because this rune had to be pasted on the forehead after being engraved. Therefore, the engraving process was very complicated and cumbersome. After comprehending the divine refining rune, Lin Tian spent about 2 days to engrave 10 sets of runes. Early in the morning, Lin Tian woke up early, faced the morning sun, and breathed in and out. Then he walked toward the Star River Tower. After entering the Star River Tower, he went to an inconspicuous corner and sat down cross-legged. He pasted the divine refining rune, which was only 1/6 the size of a palm, on his forehead. Then he closed his eyes and began to cultivate seriously. Buzz! In an instant he felt as if something inside his head was vibrating. Sweeping out with his divine sense, he found that from the divine refining rune, there was a strange wave that vibrated towards his knowledge, see, then bounced back, then bounced back, then bounced back and bounced back. This continuous cycle caused him to feel a burst of warmth between his eyebrows. His knowledge, see, also felt as if it was boiling. Lin Tian found that the strength of his divine sense had indeed increased by more than 4 times compared to before. Sure enough, it has a miraculous effect. Lin Tian was secretly pleasantly surprised. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian calmed down and began to cultivate seriously. While using his divine sense to resist the invisible impact of the first layer of the Star River, he also cooperated with the divine refining rune on his forehead to vibrate his divine sense. As a result, the strength of his divine sense became faster, and the light between his eyebrows also became brighter. About 10 hours later, Lin Tian walked out of the Celestial River Pagoda and returned to his residence. After that, he looked inside his head and found that his sea of consciousness had become much more condensed. In just 10 hours of cultivation, he had managed to cultivate 1/10 of the first layer of his sea of consciousness, completing 2/5 of the first layer of his sea of consciousness. Thinking about it, at this rate he could reach the second layer of his knowledge, sea, in 10 days. This surprised Lin Tian a little. After a pause, Lin Tian calmed himself down, closed the door, and took out a martial skill scroll from the stone ring. Weapon control technique. As he carefully read this weapon control technique, Lin Tian realized more and more how terrifying this weapon control technique was. This technique's grade was unknown, but its power was extremely terrifying. Not only could it control countless weapons at the same time, but it could also seize the enemy's weapon with one's mind, turning the enemy's weapon into one's own, killing people without warning. This weapon control technique is simply a true offensive technique. Lin Tian was shocked. Chapter 232. There were 2 requirements for the initial cultivation of the weapon control technique: spiritual consciousness and weapon control. Among them, spiritual consciousness was the most important. Because one needed to control the weapon with their spiritual consciousness, the cultivator needed to have an extremely powerful spiritual consciousness. Lin Tian carefully glanced at the contents of the weapon control technique. Although he was surprised by the tyrannical power of this technique, he did not immediately start cultivating it. Although my current spiritual consciousness is far more powerful than the average cultivator at the first heavenly layer of the sea of consciousness, in order to smoothly cultivate this weapon control technique, it's best to cultivate it after reaching the second heavenly layer of the sea of consciousness. Anyway, it will only take about 10 days. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Thinking of this, Lin Tian put away the weapon control technique scroll, then pasted a spirit refining rune on it and began cultivating. The cultivation of the sea of consciousness did not have to be carried out in the Celestial River Tower. It was just that cultivating inside the Celestial River Tower would be faster. However, because the Celestial River Tower had an invisible impact force that constantly fell, Lin Tian had to constantly consume his spiritual consciousness to resist it. Therefore, although the Celestial River Tower did not have a time limit, it was impossible for Lin Tian to cultivate inside the Celestial River Tower all the time. After all, if he stayed inside for a few hours, his spiritual consciousness would be completely consumed by resisting the impact force. Therefore, before his spiritual consciousness was completely restored, he could only cultivate outside. Buzz! After pasting the spirit refining rune, a vibrating sound suddenly resounded in his mind. Lin Tian felt as if an invisible net of waves had appeared in his head, washing his sea of consciousness over and over again, causing his spiritual consciousness to slowly strengthen under the vibrations of these waves. In this regard, Lin Tian could not help but sigh at the power and mystery of the array control technique, as if it was really omnipotent. He also understood more why ordinary people were in awe of array masters. Thinking about it, array masters could not only cultivate and fight normally, but also engrave all kinds of mysterious and strange array runes. How could they not be terrifying? Cultivating like this, the night quickly passed. Early the next morning, Lin Tian got up early to wash up, face the morning sun, and then walk towards the celestial river tower. After a night of cultivation in his sea of consciousness, Lin Tian didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he felt that his essence, qi, and spirit had become even more exuberant. After a night of cultivation, his spiritual sense had become a lot stronger. Soon, Lin Tian arrived at the celestial river tower and sat down in an inconspicuous corner. Without caring about anything else, he pasted a divine refining rune and began to cultivate seriously. Inside the celestial river pagoda, the people who came in were very quiet and generally did not care about others. Therefore, Lin Tian did not worry about others noticing the spirit refining rune on his glabella. Moreover, even if someone noticed it, he would not care about it. After all, most people would not be able to understand what it was. Above the first layer of the Star River, the invisible impact force continued to fall. At this time, Lin Tian felt that it was becoming easier to resist, and he could already use his spiritual sense to push the impact force several feet away. He thought that if he continued cultivating at this speed, he would be able to break through the first layer of the Star River in about 9 days. Time flowed by, and 12 hours quickly passed. After 12 hours, Lin Tian's spiritual sense was almost exhausted, so he stood up and walked out. Cultivating one's spiritual sense was very boring, much more boring than cultivating in the body refining realm or the divine vein realm. Over the next few days, Lin Tian spent 12 hours cultivating in the celestial river pagoda, 10 hours cultivating in his residence, and the remaining 2 hours resting. In this way, after 8 days, Lin Tian felt that he was about to make a breakthrough. On this day, Lin Tian woke up early and went to the celestial river pagoda, as usual. Standing inside the celestial river pagoda, Lin Tian looked up at the first layer of the Star River and took a deep breath. Immediately after, he sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his spiritual sense to cultivate with the divine refining rune. Buzz! Inside his head, the sound of vibrations kept echoing, and Lin Tian's glabella grew brighter and brighter. In this way, 3 hours quickly passed. At this moment, Lin Tian suddenly felt his glabella become extremely hot, as if a red-hot iron block had been branded on his forehead, causing him to feel a burning pain. Then, after a few dozen breaths, his spiritual sea suddenly shook, and his spiritual sense, which had been half consumed, suddenly recovered and became several times more abundant. Boom! A mysterious force spread from his head to his body, and Lin Tian felt an indescribable comfort. At this moment, Lin Tian felt that his spiritual sea had more than doubled in size, and his spiritual sense had tripled. Staring at the Star River above his head, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly flashed with a burst of bright light. "Open for me," he said in a low voice. At this moment, his glabella shone brightly, and his spiritual sense seemed to have turned into an invincible blade, cutting through everything, breaking the invisible impact of the first layer of the Star River and fiercely stabbing into the interior of the first layer of the Star River. Then, with a whoosh, his figure disappeared directly from the first layer of the celestial river pagoda. Around, some people noticed this scene and were shocked. Someone broke through the first layer of the Star River. "Who is it?" someone exclaimed. The first layer of the celestial river pagoda was filled with inner sect disciples, whose cultivation was at the first layer of the sea of consciousness. At this moment, they found that someone had broken through the first layer of the Star River, so they were naturally surprised. This indicated that this person had reached the second layer of the Sea of Consciousness. One had to know that although the weakest inner sect disciple was at the Sea of Consciousness realm, there were not many people who had reached the second layer of the Sea of Consciousness. Even the strongest inner sect disciple was only at the peak of the third layer of the Sea of Consciousness. Now that someone had suddenly reached the second layer of the Sea of Consciousness, it meant that this person had left them far behind. How could these people not be shocked? After all, no one wanted to have more people stronger than them. Lin Tian did not hear such voices, nor could he see the expressions of those people in the first layer of the Star River. At this moment, he appeared in a new space. This space looked no different from the first layer of the Celestial River Pagoda. Above his head was still the same Star River, but on this Star River there were obviously more stars and obviously brighter. Lin Tian suddenly trembled as he felt a terrible force pressing down on his body. This is the pressure from the second layer of the Star River. Sure enough, it is not comparable to the first layer of the Star River. Lin Tian felt shocked. Looking around, there were only 3 people in the second layer of the Celestial River Pagoda. Lin Tian did not care about it and sat down cross-legged, using the stronger impact from the second layer of the Star River to help him consolidate his Sea of Consciousness second layer. Yes, now that he had stepped into the second layer of the Celestial River Pagoda, his cultivation had naturally reached the second layer of the Sea of Consciousness. Reaching the second layer of the Sea of Consciousness in such a short time, Lin Tian knew that although it was related to his own diligence, it was more due to the Spirit Refining Rune. It could be said that without the help of the Spirit Refining Rune, even if he worked harder, it would have taken him at least another month to reach this level. Buzz! Lin Tian focused his mind, and soon 3 hours passed. The pressure from the second layer of the Celestial River Pagoda was too strong. With Lin Tian's current state, after 3 hours, he had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. At this time, he stood up and spread out his spiritual energy, instantly disappearing from the second layer of the pagoda and reappearing on the first layer. After pausing for a moment, he directly walked out. After walking out of the Celestial River Pagoda, Lin Tian felt that the world around him had become brighter, and everything around him had become clearer. He could clearly see the ants fighting 300 meters away, and the autumn cicadas flapping their wings 400 meters away. Moreover, he could clearly hear the discussions of his fellow disciples in the distance. This is the second layer of the Sea of Consciousness. My spiritual energy has at least doubled. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After a pause, Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Now he could cultivate the weapon control technique. Thinking of that technique, Lin Tian could not help but look forward to it. Well, first of all, I need to find some weapons. There are too few weapons in the stone ring. Lin Tian. Glancing around, Lin Tian walked towards the duty hall. Exchange for weapons? Inside the duty hall, Puin stared at Lin Tian curiously. He remembered that Lin Tian had a supreme sword. Lin Tian nodded. Ordinary weapons could be exchanged at the duty hall with sect contribution points. He planned to exchange for some treasured weapons to cultivate the weapon control technique. Low-grade treasured weapons, 100 sect contribution points. Middle-grade treasured weapons, 700. High-grade treasured weapons, 1,500. Puin narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian was speechless. You are robbing me. According to the sect contribution points, 100 sect contribution points were equivalent to 1 million spirit coins. 700 sect contribution points were equivalent to 7 million spirit coins, and 1,500 sect contribution points were equivalent to 15 million spirit coins. It should be known that the low-grade Supreme Treasure Heart Soul Sword in his hand cost him only 15 million spirit coins. Although the Treasure Loft gave him a lot of preferential treatment when he bought the Heart Soul Sword, The normal price was only 18 million spirit coins. In the Burning Sun sect, the selling price of a high-grade supreme treasure was almost the same as the selling price of a low-grade supreme treasure. This made Lin Tian speechless. This was too much of a scam. The sect also needs to maintain its daily life. Puan smiled. Lin Tian was speechless. Although he was speechless in order to cultivate the weapon control technique, Lin Tian endured it. He happened to find a lot of martial skills in the ancient tomb, but these martial skills were not very useful to him now. So he copied a dozen or so martial skills and took out a few million spirit coins, accumulating 1,500 sect contribution points. Then he chose to exchange for 15 low-grade, supreme, treasured swords. Why are you exchanging for so many supreme, treasured swords? Puan was even more confused. Can I play with them? Lin Tian Ondao said. Puan laughed and patted Lin Tian's shoulder hard. Don't be dissatisfied. Next time you come, I'll give you a discount. Obtaining a dozen martial skills and a few million spirit coins in one go was also a contribution to the daily development of the sect. Puan knew that Lin Tian had accumulated a lot of contribution points to the sect recently, far surpassing the others. Lin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to Puan and walked straight out. After coming out of the duty hall, Lin Tian did not return to his residence, but went directly to the Demon Sealing Gorge. After entering the Demon Sealing Gorge, he came to the place where he cultivated the weapon control technique. It was very quiet here. There were no monster beasts around, and no disciples of the Burning Sun sect would come here. Therefore, it was very suitable to cultivate the weapon control technique here. The first step is to leave my divine sense imprint on the weapon I need to control. Lin Tian said to himself. Chapter 233. Reading on mobile phone. The so-called spiritual sense imprint was to use the essence of the spiritual sense to carve a mark on the weapon. Because every sea of consciousness cultivator's spiritual sense was different, carving a spiritual sense imprint was equivalent to leaving one's name. In this way, the spiritual sense imprint was connected to the source of the sea of consciousness, allowing the cultivator to better control the weapon. Spiritual sense imprint. There is such a cultivation method. Lin Tian was surprised. Continuing to read, Lin Tian was shocked again. This was the record of spiritual sense imprint in the weapon control technique. In history, after some extremely powerful cultivators left their spiritual sense imprint on their weapons, only they could use this weapon. If others casually touched it, they might even be killed by the weapon itself. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved. The world of cultivators was really mysterious. Who? He took a deep breath, and according to the records of spiritual sense imprint in the weapon control technique, he began to cultivate seriously, to leave a spiritual sense imprint on a weapon. First of all, one must constantly refine the essence of the spiritual sense. This process itself was not simple and required a lot of time and energy. After refining the essence of the spiritual sense, it was even more difficult to imprint this spiritual sense imprint on the weapon for a long time. 1. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyebrows were completely bright, and there were streaks of lightning intertwined between them. The process of refining the essence of the spiritual sense was quite troublesome. It required the spiritual sense to be crushed over and over again, like a funnel through sand, removing the roughness and leaving behind the fineness. This process needed to be repeated countless times. Lin Tian followed the method recorded in the weapon control technique, and it wasn't until 10 hours later that he extracted some spiritual sense imprint. Next is to imprint it on the weapon. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He took out a treasured sword, and the space between his eyebrows glowed brightly. A spark of light spread out from the space between his eyebrows and slowly imprinted itself on the treasured sword in front of him. It then collided with the sword. During this process, Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated. This was because this process was not just about letting the essence of the divine sense come into contact with the weapon. Instead, it required the essence of the divine sense to be truly imprinted on the weapon. Wow! The divine sense essence collided with the treasure sword, emitting bursts of dazzling light. After a few dozen breaths of time, the strand of divine sense essence that Lin Tian had refined shattered and failed to imprint itself on the prized artifact sword. This made Lin Tian more or less depressed, but it was only for a while. After all, this was his first time practicing this kind of technique, and it was impossible for him to succeed in one go. According to the records, some powerful cultivators can imprint their divine sense with a single thought. It's as simple as eating and drinking. I think it's not only because they're powerful, but also because they're very familiar with this kind of technique. Lin Tian thought. Thinking of this, he began to cultivate even more seriously. Just like that, a day passed very quickly. During this day, Lin Tian repeatedly refined the divine sense essence. This process was already very smooth, and he could quickly refine the divine sense essence. Then he repeated the process of imprinting the divine sense essence again and again. This process took another day, and after a day he could be considered to be proficient in it. On this day, Lin Tian took out a sword artifact again. He then released the refined essence of his soul from between his eyebrows and slowly pushed it onto the sword artifact. After 2 days of practice, this time, the essence of his soul quickly fused with the sword artifact. In the end, it left behind a small sword-shaped pattern on the sword artifact. Suddenly, Lin Tianwei was slightly shocked. He only felt that when he held the sword in his hand, it was as if it was a part of his body. Moreover, even if he threw away the sword, he still had the same feeling, just a little weaker. Success! Lin Tianwei was overjoyed. Taking a deep breath, he put aside the sword that was imprinted with the divine sense imprint and began to imprint the second sword. Soon, all 15 swords were imprinted with his divine sense imprint. Then he imprinted his divine sense imprint on the heart-spirit sword. He only felt that the heart-spirit sword had become a little different, as if it had become a lot stronger in an instant. Of course, Lin Tian knew that this was not because the heart-spirit sword had become stronger, but because the divine sense imprint allowed him to have a more profound control over the sword. Thinking of this, Lin Tian suddenly felt that the divine sense imprint technique was really amazing. Okay, let's start to cultivate the weapon control technique. Lin Tiandao. Standing up, his eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. The weapon control technique was different from ordinary sword wielding. Ordinary sword wielding required the use of one's hand, but the weapon control technique was different. The weapon control technique did not require the use of one's hand to control the sword, but rather one's divine sense. It was precisely because of this that cultivating this technique required one to have an extremely strong divine sense. The stronger the divine sense, the more weapons one could control at the same time. It was rumored that those who cultivated to the extreme could control hundreds of millions of divine weapons at the same time. Lin Tianji felt that this technique was really terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian operated his divine sense imprint. Suddenly, the sword puppets that were placed aside all vibrated, emitting a buzzing sound. However, even after dozens of breaths, not a single sword flew up. This made Lin Tianyi feel embarrassed. He actually wanted to control 15 swords at the same time from the beginning. He was too greedy and rash. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of turbid air. This time, after operating his divine sense, he only used his sea of consciousness to communicate with the divine sense imprint on one of the treasured swords. Suddenly, the treasured sword emitted an ear-piercing sword whistle and slowly floated into the air following his thoughts. This was a somewhat shocking scene. The treasured sword, at this moment, actually flew up by itself. Good. Lin Tian secretly said. Next, he began to follow the weapon control technique's instructions. He used his divine sense to control the treasured sword to fly and slash in the air. There were no demonic beasts here, so he controlled the treasured sword to cut down the branches. During this process, Lin Tian also discovered that using this weapon control technique consumed an astonishing amount of divine sense and true yuan. Next, when he completely controlled one sword, Lin Tian began to control two treasured swords at the same time, causing them to fly up into the air at the same time and circle in the air, slashing horizontally. Suddenly, in this place, sword lights crisscrossed, and the surrounding old trees could be considered to be in great trouble. Branches were constantly chopped off. Okay, I can control 3 swords at the same time. 4 swords. 5 swords. 6 swords. 7 swords. In the following days, Lin Tian remained in the Demon Ceiling Gorge to cultivate the weapon control technique, and did not even return to his residence. After a few days of cultivation, his control of the weapon control technique became more and more skillful. In the blink of an eye, 16 days had passed since Lin Tian returned from the ancient tomb. On this day, a group of young people came to the Burning Sun sect. The 2 in the lead were the most outstanding. One was dressed in black, the other in white. The black-shirt young man was the one in the ancient tomb not long ago, at the first layer of the sea of consciousness. The white-shirt young man was even more powerful. His eyes were sharp, and his cultivation was at the 4th layer of the sea of consciousness. It was very shocking. This group of people came from the 100 Refinements workshop. The arrival of this group of people, with a chilling aura, immediately alarmed the duty hall, and many deacons came out. Hand over Lin Tian? What do you mean? Pu-en frowned. The white-shirt young man's face was cold. This one is Bai Yunfei, and my master is Mu Hong. 10 days ago, a disciple by the name of Lin Tian killed my master's grandson. My master is in closed-door meditation and should not be disturbed. So I, Bai Yunfei, am here to seek justice. I hope that your sect will hand over this disciple to me, so that I can bring him back to the 100 Refinements workshop and wait for my master to personally deal with him. Elder Mu Hong? Pu-en was startled and frowned. Is what you said true? Your sect's Chu Xian can testify, Bai Yunfei said. Pu-en's voice was grim. Call Chu Xian over. Soon, Chu Xian arrived. Chu Xian, is what Bai Yunfei said true? Pu-en asked. Chu Xian nodded. It is true. Pu-en immediately frowned. How did Lin Tian cause the death of Mu Hong's grandson? Mu Hong was an elder of the 100 Refinements workshop, an airborne realm expert. At this place, the other deacons and disciples all paled. That newcomer Lin Tian was truly a ruthless person to do such a thing, Zhuo Shang said coldly. This vile spawn dares to commit such treason. Men, capture him and hand him over to Elder Mu's disciple. Kill him or dismember him. That will be up to Elder Mu to decide. From now on, this disciple will have nothing to do with our Burning Sun sect. Deacon Zhua, I'm afraid this matter isn't something you can decide. Pu-en's face darkened. Zhuo Shang snorted. Pu-en, you've protected this disciple time and time again. It's about enough. This vile spawn already committed a capital crime by killing a fellow disciple, and now he's even killed Elder Mu's grandson. If we continue to tolerate him, he might one day fall into the demonic path. Do you want our Burning Sun sect to bear the infamy of darkness in the future? In short, you can't decide this matter. You'll have to report it to the headmaster. Pu-en said. With that, Pu-en said to another deacon, ordering him to go and invite the headmaster. After all, this matter involved an elder of the 100 Refinements workshop and an expert in the airborne realm. Such a matter had already reached the level that could alarm the sect leader. So what if we invite the headmaster? The headmaster is deeply righteous. Do you think he'll shield a murderous demon like you? Zhuo Shang said coldly. Pu-en gave Zhuo Shang a disdainful glance and didn't respond. On the other side, Bai Yunfei and the others all had cold expressions. Time passed by minute by minute. The scene was very quiet, and there were many Burning Sun sect disciples all around. After several dozen breaths of time, two figures descended from the sky. Seeing these two people, the Burning Sun sect disciples all had solemn expressions. They were both nervous and shocked. Headmaster, Elder Luo. Everyone bowed together. Even Pu En and Zuoshang were no exception. Bai Yunfei greets the headmaster of the Burning Sun sect and Elder Luo. Bai Yunfei stepped forward. In front of Pu En and the other deacons, he didn't care, but in front of the headmaster and elder of the Burning Sun sect, he had to treat them with respect. Behind Bai Yunfei, the black-robed young man, and some other ordinary disciples of the 100 Refinements workshop naturally didn't hesitate to bow to the two people one by one. The headmaster of the Burning Sun sect was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament and very handsome. He nodded slightly to Bai Yunfei. "Is the matter clear?" The headmaster of the Burning Sun sect asked. Zuo Shang said, "Headmaster, the matter is clear. Lin Tian is insolent. Not only does he commit crimes within the sect, he is even more arrogant and despotic outside the sect. In an ancient tomb, he killed the grandson of Elder Mu Hong of the 100 Refinements workshop. Chu Xian of the sect can testify to this matter. Zuo Shang believes that Lin Tian should be punished severely. Headmaster, this matter hasn't been asked by Lin Tian himself. We can't judge lightly." Pu En said, "Is there even a need to ask? Pu En, how long are you going to shield that bastard?" Zuo Shang snorted.